I'll give it a minute so people could come in. Is this a better image? Might be. About the same size. Doesn't particularly, images don't particularly matter. Hey, Empire. So, this isn't so much me trying to create custom cards. This is kind of just me wanting to rant about the current state of the Digimon TCG. So I've been having a increasingly hard time with the Digimon TCG, to probably nobody's surprise, for various different factors and reasons. The primary one is being priced out. That incredibly feels awful because I want to play the game and I want to try to support them, but because of my current financial situation and just the landscape of everything around the TCG, it just becomes progressively harder to support that. So the biggest example was probably 8001, and why I have the biggest absolute disdain for 8001, and I think it's one of the worst things Bandai could have possibly done, because it did nothing but money spike the game. It kind of power spiked things, but it kind of didn't. It was like on the same level or wavelength as EX11 and BT24. So like all of those exist probably within the same bubble, but the big thing is the fact that the way that 8001 was handled, it just money spiked the game. So it's just like, not only is this set arguably more expensive, or I guess technically just as expensive as a normal set, you're getting half of the products, then the new cards, which are the only things that are, for the most part, worth a damn, are short printed and hard to get. But those are the only things that are actually playable from the set. I mean, granted, there's like the lower rarity whatnots, but even then, some of those compared to like normal set contemporaries are more expensive to just buy secondary market of. And if I'm buying booster boxes, I'm still receiving less product for spending the same amount of money. So 8001, like, really got under my skin personally as a player, because it actually was the start of pricing me out of the game. That was the big thing. And then we get into the BT25 debacle. I guess I should probably put my character up on screen. That might help. Um There, can people see me? Cool. And then we get to the BT25 debacle, where the power creep in BT25 is so large that pretty much anything pre BT25 is like almost unplayable. So, in my own personal example, I bought a deck like Medusamon. I invested in Medusamon. I did so with the idea that Medusamon would be the thing that would last me another couple of sets. So it's just like, okay, Medusamon came out in EX11. That was what, February? And 8001 rolled around, impacted the meta, but Medusamon was still a relatively viable deck. Now BT25 rolls around, and Medusa is borderline unplayable. And I think that's really, really bad for the overall health of the game. And I get it. There is like the mechanic shift between dual cards that were introduced, but I was not, I guess me personally, I was not ready for the power spike to be this astronomical. Astronomical. There we go. Words. Because if we go ahead and I could pull up my Discord thing. Let's go here. And then we go to what? Metadata? Yeah. So if we go to the metadata, you could very clearly see that like 70% of the meta is literally 6 decks, and these are the only 6 decks that are basically doing anything. So I don't necessarily see this portion of the pie as anything relevant. This is literally just everything else. And if you're not playing one of these 6 decks, then just get the fuck out. And I think that's awful. Like, it's legitimately terrible. And I guess, like, my metric for that on why I think and say that is because we've had shifts before, but the shifts weren't this alarming in a sense. So like the latest big shift was going from like what, BT13 to BT14, where aces were introduced, but at the same time aces weren't necessarily this like big end all be all even when we hit EX 5, which was an incredibly fucked up and hyper powered spiked set. Like, aces still were just a normal part of the game. So we were still, for the most part, playing what we always were playing. Just now, aces were an extra thing we kind of have to cognitively think in the back of our heads, and that didn't power spike the game. So that's kind of like where I'm coming from when it's just like, oh, these decks are very clearly doing something that these decks are not. So that's kind of like where my whole like little custom card thing is because there's very, I'm not going to be sugarcoating anything in this stream. And you're going to be hearing the words fucked up a lot because it is just straight up fucked up. Like, I think the game is macro level gameplay fine. Like, the idea of trading board states back and forth is relatively interesting. There is no denying that. But the big thing is the fact that the power creep is so dramatically high that it's like actually insane. So like that's kind of why I wanted to show off like a custom card type thing just to give a baseline example of this stuff. So you could just ignore pretty much the color. You could ignore actually just a lot of things. So when it comes to modern rookie design, there's a couple of things that a lot of modern rookies tend to do. I guess I could just hide these for a second. Yeah, we could just hide these, and then we could just go into here. So I'll just type them all out. So a lot of rookies, you generally have your, what is it? What's the syntax for it? I think it's this. Yeah. Yeah, you have your on plays. And then you have your, basically look at top X. X is usually 3. For, basically 1 to 2 specific cards. Hey, Gabriel. So this is like a very common templated rookie. You have just an on play, look at the top 3. Oops. For 1 to 2 of specific cards. Then we used to have just like a main. Where it's just a reduced Evo cost. Reduced Evo into, or reduced Evo by 1. So these are 2 very common rookies. So I would say these effects are very standard. They are very fair. Now, we get into, I guess, Time Stranger isms, where now we get, let me pull up an example. Oh, where is it? I guess I'll just do Bearmon. Where we get, like, start of main. Pretty much Evo for 0. If, X condition is met. So, this is where, like, the divide starts to happen. So, for a while, we had a lot of rookies where they just are generic searchers, and we have an Evo cost reducer. Standard. Then comes Time Strangers, and then they started basically introducing this. This is the exact reason why. So if I type in Patamon from BT14. So this is why I had a huge problem with Patamon from BT14, is because it's another thing. Like, we've had this type of a thing for a while, but it was so bad that it just, like, kind of didn't really matter. Because the conditions were a little bit harder or more restrictive. So, Patamon from BT14, Agumon from BT14, yes, they had these types of abilities, but then you look at their counterparts, like Lugamon from BT14, and Lugamon from BT14 actually fits more within this first category, where it's essentially just gaining you a memory, so that way you pretty much could equate it to a reduction in its evolution. So you had half the cards that were following this templating, or no, you didn't even have half. You had like maybe a third or less that started having this templating, and literally outside, actually thinking about it now, outside of Patamon and Agumon, I don't think anything had that type of templating, where they just, like, unapologetically can Evo for free. So this was really a thing that was started to be normalized as of Time Stranger, because they have a slew of rookies that are able to do this. So the big thing on why this is an issue is because the resource system of the game is one of the most important things when it comes to just how a game is supposed to function. Magic, when, as a prime example, when it starts to ignore its resource system, is when it breaks in half. Oh, let me, for 1 mana, throw a card into my grave, and then let me use 1 mana to then resurrect it unapologetically. Oh, now I have this 13 mana card I played on turn 2. Well, no shit, things are gonna break, because that was something that you probably weren't realistically supposed to do. So we're getting to this point where the resource system, at least on the base premise, just does not matter. But the problem is, because so few things have this templating, that's part of the issue. Is like, now anything that says reduce Evo for 1 is bad. Like, it's basically unplayable. So this effect just might as well not even happen. It's not actually a main, but I just put it in the as a main. But the idea is like, okay, somewhere you're going to be gaining 1 memory to use to make that evolution cheaper. Now we're at a point where we're just getting free evolutions. So I think this was a huge, huge problem. Yeah, we have searchers, free evos, cost reducers, discard draw 2. Yeah. There's a lot of very standardized abilities that, like, you can't really power creep in a sense. And or like, you could power creep, you just shouldn't power creep is more of the thing. Let me go back and rechat. This is understandable. Costs, power creep, speed, how easy it is to kill the opponent in a single turn. So that's part of like why the game got into a hyper powerful state as it is, where it's just like, okay, like Hoodie. Just take Hoodie as an example. Sure, you paid for 1 evolution into your level 4. It was a little bit more expensive, but you paid for that one, and then you stopped paying for things after that. Where it's just like, okay, I get into Hoodie, and then Hoodie plays a Tamer for free. The Tamer plays a Digimon for free. I get a Digivolve for free. And then I get to, or before you Digivolve for free, you get a swing, play another Tamer for free, that plays another Digimon for free, that then lets you Digivolve for free. Meanwhile, you also chunked, 2 to 3 damage on a single attack at big enough DP with low enough level. So, like, yeah, no wonder why Hoodie was, like, incredibly fucked up. And then, like, they just get free value on top of free value. So, like, Hoodie was vastly superior to everything in that time period because it was doing the most things for the least amount of effort. And I've, like, made videos on this in the past where it's just like, when your output is greater than your input, something obviously is probably going to go wrong there. Very clearly, something is going to go wrong. And usually when it explodes like that, that's when we get, like, the combo levels of play that we have. Is like, oh, if we're not actually paying for things, we get to do so much additional stuff for free that it just makes things more hyper aggressive. And that's why people always bitch and complain about, like, oh, the OTKs. It's just like, well, where do you think this all comes from? This comes from not really paying for your cards and maximizing on every single bit of their abilities. And, like, you could say that that's not necessarily a big deal or a problem, because we've always been doing that, except now the only difference between then and now was the free evolution aspect, which is why initially I hated the training cards, is because they let you use access to your rookies, which they then printed more powerful rookies that let you do more shit for free. So now you're just getting more abilities for less. So it's just like, okay, with the introduction of the training cards, we could move out of our raising area, which now we have when moving abilities. So cool, that's great. But regardless, so now if your rookie has a start of main, you can move out, get that ability off, then Evo for free thanks to the training, get that ability off, then you now have to pay for your level 5 and 6, Well, now with the fact that a lot of the Time Stranger rookies are evoing for free, well, that's just pushing things off again. So it's just like, okay, I move out, I evo for free, then I evo for free again, and now I swing and maybe pay for my evolution into my level 6, and that's the only thing I'm actually paying for? If they're even doing that. So, like, this type of stuff is, like, incredibly fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. And that's, like, part of the problem with the current power creep of the game is the fact that they're just making it easier to get more abilities off for less effort. And you could make an argument that, sure, there's some counterplay to it, but there realistically isn't. I'm gonna burst that bubble right now and say there realistically is not a good way to counterattack it. Hey Gabriel, yeah. I remember talking about survive cards and now you're making the cards yourself. Yeah, so like I'm just using survive as like an example because if they were to do like another macro level multi-set thing centered around a video game, I think survive would be a really good one because you could just slap survive as a trait on pretty much everything. And then the way that they're working with Time Strangers right now, it's basically the same thing. It's just like if everything has survive and everything can evo off of survive stuff, then yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Who cares at this point? Colors are basically irrelevant. It's just macro level archetypes where it's just like, yep, as long as it says Time Stranger, it just works. Who gives a shit? And then the signposting obviously is in their option cards where it's just like, okay, you could play whatever Time Stranger bullshit you want, but if you're going to be running like a factorial area or a Paradise Coliseum, there's very specific colors that you want to be in. But because also a lot of things are two colors, it also just, again, starts to matter less when it comes to color identity. So that's also something that's kind of slightly fucked up where Time Strangers gets to ignore so many base rules and fundamentals of the game that no wonder why Time Strangers is basically the only thing that's actually playable. Like it's honestly disgusting how much power creep that they put inside of Time Strangers as an archetype that just made it incredibly fucked up. You're gonna hear that, like that's gonna be the phrase of the day if anyone wants to play a little game and say, how many times I said fucked up throughout the stream. Go ahead, by all means, do so. I don't care. But I'm having a very tough time coming to terms with if I'm not playing a Time Stranger deck, I might as well just not be playing the game right now. And because I didn't invest into anything Time Stranger related, it makes it feel like I'm punished. So, like, just as an example, I put up a poll saying I'm going to be playing an event. What deck should I bring? And my options were not Time Stranger decks. So I go through my matchup spread between the 6 most represented decks and the decks that I want to play. And like theoretically, yes, Glowing Dawn is statistically my best choice. But if you actually look at the matchup spread, Glowing Dawn is arguably the worst of the 6 decks. I'd say the only things that's like worse than it, in quotation marks, worse, is Bears and Volcanus. And like Bears and Volcanus can still chunk Glowing Dawn and beat Glowing Dawn, but Glowing Dawn sometimes can just have a hard time into Time Strangers just because it's not functioning on the same wavelength as Time Stranger. That's why, like, every single one of these decks are doing something relatively similar, and you could see this samey type pattern. So it's just like, Jupiter and Three Muskets are very reminiscent of each other. They're very close to each other because, like, even though you're not hard slamming level 6 Digimon, they have this play pattern where you get into your level 6, you burn a shit ton of the opponent's security, or you attack and deal a decent amount of the opponent's security. Then if your level 6 is dealt with, out comes a level 4 that resets you pretty quickly. So they're both doing that same type of thing. What the Time Stranger decks like Bears and Volcanus are doing is they have the ability to just like, oh, you outed my one thing. Cool, I'm just going to hard slam a level 6 and then I'm off to the races because I just so happen to also be able to attack the second I get back into the game. Which a lot of these other decks weren't doing, and that's what was making Medusa so strong, was the fact that it did, at that time, have the best rebuild factor, and that's why people were having such big gripes with it, was because the rebuild felt borderline unfair because it could attack right away. It could use the cards that it just replayed to be able to further the overall aggression. And that's exactly what Bears and Volcanus are doing. They're doing basically what Medusa wants to be doing, but better. Because the big difference between something like Volcanus and Bears versus Medusa is the fact that Medusa needs to see more cards to do the same type of thing that Volcanus and Bears are already doing. What do I mean by that? Well, I need to have a scramble or a tamer that'll play my rookie out for free. So that part's not that big of an issue. Then I need to see the exact level 5 Digimon that can easily tempo me into my level 5, so then I can normal pay Digivolve into a level 6 Digimon. And the level 6 Digimon better have Rush, and my Tamer better be on the field to then be able to mount an attack. Well, so that's already what? A tame, we'll just say Tamer / option. That's one card. Rookie. I guess the rookie's negligible. But you still technically need to have one. But you still need to see like Tamer, rookie, level 5, exact level 5. Not just any level 5. It has to be the exact level 5 because if you're being memory choked, then you just actually can't progress. And then you lose the game because you couldn't. Then you need to see level 6. So you need to see at least, what, 5 cards? 4 or 5 cards? In order to make a comeback or start thinking about making a comeback. Well, the play lines that Volcanus and Bears have is 1 card. So needing to see 4 to 5 cards to have the same output as 1 card is there's kind of a huge difference. I guess technically 2, because ideally you would want to see your area card, ideally, but not all the time or not exclusively. So Bears needs theirs, but Volcanus doesn't, because Volcanus, when you just like hard play Link, he could just attack right away. So like, who cares? But yeah, you could see like, oh, utilizing half the amount of cards needed to make a comeback is significantly easier. And that's kind of like where Three Muskets is coming from, and why the Asuna, like the new Asuna, is just such a powerful card, is because she just lets you use your trash for free. It's just like, oh, just Digivolve from your trash, who cares? You don't actually need to have it. You just need to see it once and then have this tamer set up. So again, it reduces by a very large margin the amount of cards you need to see in order to make a comeback. You dislike Lugumon because it's kind of way too easy to gain memory. I mean, like, at this point, decks just Digivolve for free, so Lugumon is, like, honestly perfectly fine. Lugumon plays the Tamer from the trash is criminal. That's just, like, a purple gameism, where it's just, like, let's use the trash, and, like, purple is the most banned color, because it is the color that bends and breaks the rules more than any other color. So, like, you could go to the current banner restriction list and count all of the cards that are purple or part purple, and you could see that purple is the fundamentally most broken color in the entire game and the most banned color in the entire game. And it's that way for a reason, because they think these negatives are negatives, but they're actually positives in the way that we play the game at this point. They're not just positives, they're super positives. is kind of like just how I break it down. So it's just like, oh, discarding a card seems so bad. It's just like, no, discarding a card is like honestly a godsend. It puts it into the trash so that way I could abuse other mechanics to pull it out of the trash later. Again, that's why Three Muskets is as good as it is. It's just like, oh, I don't have to run all these stupid level 5s, because if I just see my 1 and I have my tamer set up, I could just use that same exact 1 forever. It doesn't matter. So it's small stuff like that that just like really propel and accelerate like specific mechanics and specific colors and specific decks. So even though like Three Musketeers isn't like a true Time Stranger deck, technically it is, but it's still trying to be more of its own thing. It's using a lot of Time Stranger isms to be able to overall accelerate itself pretty much past everything else in the entire game. So, like, this got me thinking, like, over the weekend when I was practicing for the tournament I'm thinking about playing in, if I take Glowing Dawn, what's my matchup spread? If I see Medusa, or not Medusa, if I see Three Musketeers, it's an auto loss. If I see Time Stranger Angels, they could chunk me at turn 2, and then I automatically lose the game. Or they could not do that, and they could try to play, like, this, like, go-wide hyper-tempo value play, and if I don't have a response, I probably just lose the game on the spot. Then you have Jupiter, which is kind of like Three Muskets, where it's just like, okay, I don't really have that great of plays around them, and we're just going to be trying to go as fast as they possibly can, and unfortunately, well, Jupiter is just faster than Glowing Dawn. That is just a fact. Going, like, if they see their stuff, I mean, I guess you could make that same argument if anything can see its stuff, like you have the perfect line. But I think the average play lines, Jupiter just moves faster than Glowing Dawn. Then you get Bears. Bears is like on the same speed wavelength, but because they are a Time Stranger deck, they could just do more abusive things than what Glowing Dawn can do in terms of the rebuild. And then kind of just win the game from there. Then Volcanus is just probably the rebuild king, because you're not actually trying to have a stack to be torn down. You're mostly just hard slamming Volcanus, swinging, and just beating the opponent's face in as quickly as possible. So like he kind of just doesn't have like Glowing Dawn just doesn't have a good matchup into either of these. Like it's kind of just 50-50-ish territory, but they can just do some incredibly unfair things that Glowing Dawn just can't. So like looking at the 6 decks, Glowing Dawn has the highest play rate because at this point it's the cheapest and easiest deck to make outside of Bears and Volcanus. Because with Bears and Volcanus, you just have to pay $80 for your tamer and then whatever nominal amount left to just actually round out the deck. But the other thing that all of these decks are doing that these decks are not is their usage of options. That was like one of the first big things that I kind of took into consideration, was just like, okay, I'm immune to most Digimon effects if I go into a Tradismon. And then that doesn't matter because almost all of these decks use options. Or because I'm just in a single Atratismon and he's not doing anything super greatly defensive towards my opponent. Like, they could just, like, literally outswarm and outpace me. At least, like, in Time Stranger's case, and then technically in Jupitermon's case, because, like, if they get into 2 Jupitermons, there's probably not a lot that Glowing Dawn is going to be able to do to beat them in that position. And they could do that pretty easily, because if I can't remove the Agio off of the decode, because the deck only has one way of de-digivolving, outside of that, it's just like, oh, I just have to remove it, like, multiple times, then it becomes rather difficult. So, like, honestly, based on the decks that I have available to me, it literally is not even worth my time playing in any tournaments. Like, and that's the other part of this that was, like, really getting me frustrated. And why I wanted to say what I'm saying is because, like, if I take Glowing Dawn to a tournament, I might as well just not play that tournament unless I get really, really lucky with my matchup spread. So if I know any of the other top 6 decks are in that event, Glowing Dawn is honestly one of the worst of the decks that you could play. So it's kind of like when I was playing Reboot this whole weekend. Like, Rebootmon is an incredibly strong Digimon for anything that's not these 6 decks. Because most decks aren't running option removal. So it's just like, okay, they're just not going to be able to touch Rebootmon at all. Like, period. Even with stun effects. Stun effects do not work on Reboot because of just Reboot's ability timing. So, premium DP reduction doesn't work, stunning doesn't work. Like, literally nothing works unless you're using an option card, which, surprise, almost all of these decks are doing. So that's what's keeping Reboot at bay, is the fact that, like, oh, all of these decks are going to be better. So, like, should I take Reboot? It's just like, no, Reboot only chunks the, last 25% of the meta. So it's just like, I lose to everything here, but I beat everything here type thing, and that doesn't necessarily seem like it's that great of an idea. And then Glowing Dawn is kind of just like Reboot Plus in a sense, except he's not nearly as good when in terms of the immunities on Atratus. But, like, you could see that, like, okay, so if I'm going to be taking Reboot, I might as well just be taking Glowing Dawn, but Glowing Dawn is still also, like, slightly worse than all of these. So why? And if these are literally the only things people are playing, and we have statistics from various sources to prove that. Did I post it here? No, I didn't. Hold on. There was a image. Here we go. Oops. Copy image, not save image. We could go Digimon meta. Here we go. All right. So, like, if we take a look at, this is from Digimon meta. So, like, you could very clearly see, like, there's a very low play rate between everything else and literally what's new. So, like, Glowing Dawn has 34 because it's tied in with Beat Break. TS Angels has 23. Beelstar has 39. Marsmon has 28. Volcanus has 13. Reboot has 15. That's kind of surprising, but that's still on the newer side. And again, just as I mentioned before, Reboot literally beats pretty much every single one of these down here. Like, literally every single one of them. It's actually kind of unfair at times, but against the other top decks, he just automatically loses because they have built-in answers to Reboot. Then you got Grace Nova's at 10, Jupiter's at 16. Grace Nova's not a good deck. And then you get, like, Medusa at 8, Data Squad at 7, Shine at 7, Omnimon at 5, and then the rest of it is, like, ones. Literally ones. So what's being played and what's winning are, like, very, very different. I mean, I could probably go to, whatchamacallit, Digilab. I think Digilab has the data. Let me see if I could pull that up. Digilab. Nope, not that one. Which tab is it in? Here we go. Insight? Is it Insight? So if we go to, like, Digilab, explore decks and meta? Is this? Yeah, so, like, we could see, essentially the entries / meta percent is the play rate. So this is the play rate. So if Glowing Dawn, like, this is why this is important, is because this leads to conversion rate in a sense. So, if we could see that Glowing Dawn makes up we'll just round up to 12% of the meta, but it has a but it's only topping 9% of the time. That means that the deck is underperforming. Like, it's still one of the top decks, yes, but that's just because of the sheer number of it. Like, the community's almost like brute forcing it into its current position, but like, very clearly, its conversion rate being in the negatives is not a good thing. That means that the deck is dramatically underperforming. So if we get a deck like Three Musketeers, which only makes out 8% of the meta, but is making up 25% of what's actually topping, that means that that conversion rate is in the positive, which means that deck is overperforming. Overperforming by actually a pretty large amount. I don't know like the exact math behind it, but I do know like it is overperforming. So you look at Paradise, Jupiter, Angels, Volcanus, the other top decks. We'll just be generous and say that they're all around 5 or 6%. So if we look at this, all of their percentage in terms of being able to convert into a topping percent is all in the positives. So that means all of these decks are also slightly overperforming versus their play rate. So with that in mind, the only one that is negative is Glowing Dawn in this instance. Literally the only one that's negative. Which, again, if this is going to be representing like the conversion rates, like in terms of what people are actually winning with, the fact that this is the worst one is somewhat alarming. Like, that means that I should not be, like, if I'm trying to be hyper competitive at the game, I should not be playing Glowing Dawn. Glowing Dawn is a mistake to want to play when everything else is actually outperforming it and overperforming in a sense. You have Glowing Dawn reboot and a cheap version of Bears. Yeah, I mean, if you have the finished version of Bears, very clearly, if your options is literally between Glowing Dawn and Bears, Bears is like your gateway. Like, the only thing that the only expensive card for Bears for the most part is going to be the Danon Cannon, and you would prefer the Danon Cannon over just the Dan. Because the big difference is Danon Cannon lets you use options. And that's the big difference between the two, where it's just like the end of attack is nice. So that way, like, if you have your Paradise Coliseum pre-set up, you could still, like, hard slam a Marsmon and then be able to swing because of the Tamer. But, like, the value part is the fact that your Tamer can then play the option to then let your Marsmon be able to attack in positions it normally wouldn't have. Then it also lets you use, like, Iron Slash or whatever that option is really, really easily. So that way you could be like, okay, I have a built-in way to be able to deal with Digimon that are immune to Digimon effects. So, like, he has two ways of doing that, actually, because Bear can just punch it. But sometimes punching it isn't necessarily the answer, because it could have retaliation or barrier or some other ability. So punching isn't always the answer, and that's kind of why you have to have that Danon Cannon. So that way it gives Bears like just way more flexibility to be able to handle various problems. But like I said, if you have that between Glowing Dawn and Bears, even though Bears has a lower percentage number, the fact that the conversion rate is better means that you're probably going to have better matchup spreads overall, and you're just going to be able to have a higher statistical chance of winning more. So, like, the difference in their percentage really isn't that different. It's like, what, 0.7% out of a 200 deck sample size? It's just like, yeah, it's pretty negligible at this point. So, like, if you had the choice between bears and glowing dawn, bears is just fundamentally the correct answer. Um, Hearing about glowing dawn leaves me wondering what to play on locals, and that's my issue. Like, that's what I'm having a hard time with, because I was messaging Tessero, and I'm just like, hey Tessero, I'm gonna be real with you for a minute. I don't actually have a good deck in this format. And that's kind of why you saw me testing Omnimon, is because, like, well, I guess, like, if I can't actually play in the current isms of the game, like, what does that leave me with? Just trying to play solitaire and OTK my opponent with uninteractable bullshit? Like, is that my only other option here? And the game is so fast because decks are moving significantly faster that, like, it just makes it incredibly hard to keep up. So it's just like, if I literally don't have all my Omnimon tools by what, turn 2, turn 3, I probably am just losing that game. What's the reason for Glowing Dawn being over represented? Ease of access. That's the thing. It's just easy to access. It has a starter deck that has about 70% of its current tools being used with inside of the starter deck. So the overall investment is a lot less. And even compared to, at this point, bears, like, it is actually cheaper to buy a Habakiri and a what's it's called? A Habakiri and a Monarch Lizardmon URs than it is to buy a Danon Cannon. So by that metric, it is just easier to build and play Glowing Dawn. And similarly to, again, Rebootmon, where it's just like, okay, Rebootmon basically can chunk and kill this 20%. Glowing Dawn does that arguably a little bit better because it has more tools to be able to bypass the opponent's defenses. So it's just like, okay, that's why Glowing Dawn is probably the bottom barrel of the 6 decks. Is for that reason. It is the same reason as Rebootmon, but just doing it arguably a little bit better. And because it is just so easy to access, and it could beat basically anything that is older than BT25 or got updated in BT25, it makes it a pretty good deck to want to pick up and play. Even though the learning curve is also a little bit on the high side, but, like, if you're going into things competitively, you don't necessarily take learning curve into consideration. Let me go back to reading some of these. The very moment someone came up with the idea of free cost Evo for anything, the game already took a wrong turn. Yes, 100%. Nikos, you are exactly right. One of the cardinal sins of TCGs, like, defined by probably me, and, like, the big contention point that a lot of players have is when you just start doing shit for free. Like, that's why we make all those comparisons to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is because Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have a traditional resource system. Their resource is literally your extra deck and the cards in your hand. I guess, like, just your deck in general is the resource in of itself. So, but outside of that, you could theoretically take unlimited amount of game actions if your deck just allows you to. So yeah, the thing with the rookies is the fact that, like, again, because the Time Stranger rookies are evoing for free, you are just getting more free value compared to decks of old. It's just like, does Medusamon actually have anything that's evoing for free? On its own abilities, on the Digimon side. Not excluding options, not excluding tamers, it just from a Digimon to Digimon perspective, like, I am going from a level 3 to a 4 with no outside abilities outside of their own. Medusa does not have any actual way to make any of its moves free. So therefore, it has to use those memory boosts and the training cards in order to achieve that same level of power that this is doing right here. And the fact that like the Time Stranger condition is like incredibly fucked up. Because not a lot of decks are able to pass at 5 memory. And passing at 5 memory usually means you're still going to just be able to pay for all of the evolutions you would do normally anyway. Because if you just take, like, again, the normal math of the game into consideration, going from 3 to 4 is usually 2 memory. Going from 4 to 5 is usually 3 memory. 2 plus 3 equals 5 memory. Well, now you'd be left at 0, so you could still go into that level 6 you were going to go into anyway. So whether you give them the free evolution or not, they're still going to be making their gameplay regardless. And that's the incredibly fucked up thing about Time Strangers more specifically. And then the fact that, like, the Haruko and Asuna Tamers, those are also incredibly fucked up cards because they have this same type of condition, except their output is playing a Digimon before basically the turn even starts. So that's the other, like, incredibly fucked up thing is like, oh, not only if you tear down my Digimon and fail to give me X amount of memory, I'm just able to reset for free because I still get my start of main ability to Evo into a high level Digimon anyway. And then because so many of the good shit just has this card can attack anyway, and rush and other things on top of that, it's just like, it's just too much. It's literally too much for the vast majority of the entire game. That's why everything is centered around Time Strangers, is because literally nothing can compete with it. Almost literally. I guess I should probably bring up a database. There we go. All right. So, does this have all of EX12? So now we could kind of like talk about EX12 a little bit. Because this is where understanding the current game isms can help define if something is actually good or not. So, the big thing with the current game isms is we already know that hard slamming level 6 Digimon is the answer. Like, that, unfortunately, is the answer. And it's not even just hard playing level 6 Digimon, it's hard playing level 6 Digimon at a reduced rate, obviously. So, with that in mind, pretty much every level 6 going forward, if it's going to be anywhere remotely playable, needs to have assembly. Like, or something like this. So that's why a lot of people are really high on TB. The TB stuff is because the TB stuff, you have level 5s with assembly. And then with their option, this is where they get free evolutions, right? When one of your level 5 or higher would leave the battle area, you get to play a level 5 from your hand. So it's just like, okay, I'm going to lose my Kaguyamon, and then my Kaguyamon, off of this effect, lets me assemble using the pieces that I just lost. So it effectively didn't really do anything. Then I just digivolve up and I'm good to go again. So I'm only paying for like an evolution once, in a sense. I thought they had something else that lets them like Evo for free. But where's Metal? There we go. So like Metal Garurumon, Assembly 6. It's just like, okay, this is a level 6. After your stack is torn down once, you're just going to start hard playing Metal Garurumons to get back into the game. Like, that's literally the answer. That is exactly what Bandai wants you to do. It's like, okay, I'm going to build up into my Metal Garurumon. It's going to die, and then I'm going to start hard playing Metal Garurumon turn after turn after turn. which is why a lot of people like the TB stuff, because they have an egg that has execute. So, like, literally after your TB stuff is torn down once, you're going to use your options and other abilities to try to keep a board state going. And then you're just going to start hard playing Susanomon over and over again, because he has assembly, and execute will let him be able to attack because you are pairing that up with rush. So, like, that is literally the play pattern Bandai is telling us to do, and things that aren't necessarily fitting inside of this mold specifically are starting to get obviously left behind. And the things that take up more cards in order to come back into the game are obviously the things that are getting left behind, because you're not going to have that time. So it's just like, okay, if I was, let's just say, a Medusamon, and I need to get back into a Medusamon, well, if my opponent's going to Susano me every single turn and be able to attack and deal damage and remove my shit, I need to do the exact same thing as them. They're using 1 card and I'm using 5. Needing to see those 5 cards again and have them all properly set up is going to be dramatically more difficult. Even if we just take the rookie out of the equation, needing to like, if you don't have your tamer or scramble set up, needing to reset that up and replay that is going to be a challenge to have your instant rebuilds. So it's stuff like this why Medusamon is falling off. Even though the level 5 is a very strong level 5, it just functionally doesn't matter because it's too many cards. You need to see too many cards, because you'll need to see the tamer / option, the level 5 specifically, that you are having a hard time recurring or even finding, and then a level 6 or a level 7. So 3 cards versus 1, that's a lot to ask for. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. If we are entirely fair, this started with BT4 Dark Dramon. If you're not reducing the play cost of level 6 in hand, hold on. It started with BT4 Dark Dramon. If you're not reducing the play cost of the level 6, we're heading, handling, or no. God, I can't read today. I'm so just livid. We're handling the opponent, the game. Yes. TB gets Courage, SW gets Emblem. Okay. Yeah, our Courage United equivalent, and then SW gets the Emblem, which the Emblem is like, it's not good. Like, these cards are just, they're too frail and they don't do they don't do that much, is like part of their problem. It's like they get what, a Digicross? Yeah, their level 5s have to Digicross. So, like, you still have to pay more than what SW or TB is doing. And this requires you to have the cards in your hand because you can't Digicross from your trash. So, like, again, like, that's why the rebuild on these is, like, going to be really, really bad. So, like, it's nice that, cool, you just hard play them. And then you could Digivolve for free up into your level 6. But I would rather just have a free level 5 Digimon that could also try to disrupt the opponent and then pay for the level 6. But obviously you're just going to be slamming Susanomon. Like, that's literally just their answer, is just slam Susanomon and just execute every single time. So, and then with DNAs more specifically, they always need to have, like, a card to set up their extra DNA. But obviously, because of the power creep, it's just becoming incredibly easier to set up free things and do things for free. So it's just like, oh, I pay 2 to set this up, and then this sets up my DNAs whenever I'm swinging, so then I just DNA all the way up anyway. It's kind of like the same thing with, like, a tamer playing out a Digimon. Like, incredibly powerful. So, yeah, it's just really, really complicated to kind of just, like, I'm having a hard time scripting a video talking about all of these issues, because I feel like, just, one, either people are not listening, or two, they just don't care. And I feel like the second option is like arguably worse. Like, if people don't care about the power creep of the game, but they keep constantly acknowledging that it's not healthy or sustainable, then the game itself isn't going to end up being healthy or sustainable. And that's something that I don't want to see, because we already know Bandai just announced Naruto. So, how many people from the Digimon community are fed up with Digimon as a card game and then are just going to flee to Naruto as a response? Honestly, like, Bandai making another card game is great for the Bandai bottom line, but ultimately it is going to hurt Digimon, because Digimon's community is already split and so frail as is, that it actually is going to damage Digimon as a whole, because people just don't agree with the current state of the game. I mean, some people do. Some people will be like rose-tinted glasses forever, toxic positivity, Bandai can do nothing wrong, the game is in a great situation. And it's just like, not really. Sure, if you look at macro level gameplay, trading board states back and forth is good. There is no denying that. But when you have 6 decks that are able to do that and the entire rest of the game can't do that, that makes matchups incredibly boring. And that makes those 6 decks more optimized over time as people play those 6 decks. And then, like, that's what creates a stale environment, is the fact that there is nothing spicing it up. And the only thing that's going to be able to top it is just literally more power creep. Like, more decks doing the same type of thing, which is, like, arguably why TB is somewhat being looked at. And the fact that, like, oh, Machine Ace has an ability to just have some really good protections, which is what Ace designs unfortunately needed, is you just need to have ungodly levels of protection, so that way your overflow just doesn't actually trigger. Because that was the balancing thing to aces, and why aces weren't being played for a while, and why aces are seen as bad cards at this point, is because, one, most of the aces aren't winning you the game on the spot. And two, if the opponent's able to out an ace or a high level Digimon, which is incredibly easy in today's age, especially with dual cards, then you need to have some ungodly level protection in order to make this fucker stick. So, like, even though this doesn't have, like, assembly or whatever, the idea is you're still just going to be hard slamming a level 6 and then just say go. Obviously, there's a little bit more context to that, because you do have, like, Chaos Dramon and, like, Machine Dramon machine-isms, where you could just, like, oh, I'm gonna just reduce the play cost of him, and then I have, like, I mean, this card's kind of dumb, but just like, oh, I could just play, because it has a low enough play cost, I could just play it out for free. But this isn't really that big of an issue. To be honest, this card's kind of just mediocre. So that's why when I was looking at, like, all of these, it's just like, okay, cool, these are nice, but this is very clearly not enough. Very clearly not enough. Like, you need more than just slapping dual cards, like, slapping the dual card ability on them in order for these to actually function like real decks. Which is the sad part. But yeah, so going back to, like, the rookies, if we just, like, look at a lot of the level 3s, we can see that their level 3s are very standard. Reduced evo cost by 1, reduced evo cost by 1. This is basically just a reduced evo cost by 1, with a little bit of a draw ability attached to it. Generic searcher. Technically, again, another reduced evo by 1 type card. Another reduced evo by 1 type card. Literally reduced evo by 1. So, like, nothing here is allowing you. Here's a generic searcher. Discard 1, draw 2. Like, nothing absolutely crazy about any of these. But if we like actually look at the Time Strangers stuff, again, you have legitimate free Evo, um, and then your searchers. Like that's all. That's all anyone ever plays. So if we even just like look at a lot of deck design, so let's go we'll just go to an eagle's nest just because we look at something like Volcanismon by Moon Fusion, and we can see the rookies that he's playing. Here's free Evo, here's search, here's basically just more search. Search, search, free Evo. Let's look at bears. Free Evo, search, search, and reduced Evo by 1. I really don't understand why people are playing this, but like you could just replace this with another search or another free Evo. So, like, I mean, I guess technically it plays off of Paradise Coliseum, but like, yeah, you could see this pattern between search or search, search, free Evo. Angels. Search, free Evo, free Evo. So they're doubling up on their free Evos, but they still have a search. You look at something like, we'll just go down here. Data Squad. Kind of search, kind of search. What is retrieval? Nothing here is evoing for free. So they are fundamentally moving slower as a result, which is why this is just seen as not a good deck. Is because, okay, if already just from the level 3 perspective I'm moving slower, let's look at the level 4 perspective. And I guess like the majority of level 4s and Time Strangers aren't evoing for free. But you already got into a level 4 for free. So like you'll maybe pay for that one evolution, which is exactly what Bearmon is doing. Is it pays for maybe one evolution. There's bears. Yeah, because you have these that are either going to be goading the opponent's Digimon, so you could evo into these for free, or swinging and evoing these in for free. So like you could very clearly see tempo-wise why these decks are performing like significantly better. So it's just like, okay, Bearmon start, Evo for free into something here, then pop like an in-between theater or something, to then pay 1 to go into here, and then let's just say this swings, and now I get to go into a level 6 for 1 memory. Like, hello. Even if even if you don't use an in-between theater and you just evo for 3, the fact that this basically gives you a free evolution and this gives you a free evolution agnostic of turn is also like what's making these really extra strong, is because it is just significantly more memory efficient than most other things in the game. And if we look at something like a Jupitermon, where it's just like, oh yeah, if the security is just removed, Evo for free. It's just like, okay, cool. So you have no free Evo here, but you have really good consistency. And then you just use your tamer to Evo for free, or you use your tamers to set up playing one of these for free anyway, and then just continue just digivolving, and then this has its own reduced digivolution. Like, where are we actually paying for stuff? And the answer is we're really not. And that's partially what's causing like Time Strangers to be super powerful. The only thing we're paying for is the rebuild. Hard Slam Minerva. Like, yeah, that's a thing we're paying for. Hard Slam Venus, that's a thing we're paying for. We're paying for these. And half the time, sometimes we're not even doing that because we could just like use some of our other effects to Evo into here for free, or gain memory arbitrarily, or reduce the Evo cost or something. Like, there's just like tempo issues out the waz that are problematic inside of Time Strangers. Like, these cards are incredibly poorly templated because of the fact that, again, it's at the start of your turn. You could use the timing window to be able to do arbitrarily broken shit. And because these are getting you way more value than a memory boost at this point, or like even arguably a training card, because like you still have the added consistency, and then you just arbitrarily get to play out a Digimon for free. Like, you get way more value off of using these cards than the training cards at this point. Like, literally. And because most time the opponent can't play around this type of a condition, like, this is almost free every single time. And the only thing that the opponent is able to do to not trigger this is hard slam those level 6 Digimon. And even then, if they're put to 3 memory and they hard slam for 7, then you could very clearly and easily see, oh, I'm still at 4 memory? Cool. Thank you for then enabling me to use this. Or what? You go to 0, you hard slam a level 6 for 6 or 7 memory, and then the opponent just gains 1 memory for whatever, and then they're just able to do their stuff anyway. So like, it literally doesn't matter if you trigger this or not. It's obviously better to not trigger this, because them getting a body for free is just always never good, because then they're able to do more broken shit with it. But yeah, you could, like, just this type of templating is like incredibly fucked up. That's the same type of templating that's on this type of card, where it's just like, yep, you're just never not going to be able to do it. And some decks don't even have the hard play level 6s. So like, they just fundamentally can't even give enough memory half the time. Yeah, these are basically just better than scramble cards. So like, you could very clearly see that things are like really getting messed up. Especially like with this deck, because of this card, like, because they already have the best access at using this, and then on top of that, now they have this, they can reuse their removal effects like what, fucking 5 times in a single turn. Because what does this do? You get to place 1 3 Musketeers traded card from your hand or trash. So even if a Beal Star is in your trash, you still can use it. Then you get to draw 1, and then you get to trash 1 option from your Digivolution source to use an option from your hand, or your option card from your trash. So you're just like literally using the card almost immediately that you could rig. Or if you have an additional one that you already set up, then you're just using it. So it's just like, okay, cool. So this is trashing the option. So that means something like a Dare Blitz. I get to delete the lowest. And then I get to use let's just say, where's the Beelstar Fly Bullet. So I already, like, let's just say trashed a Dare Blitz, which means that I get to delete the opponent's lowest Digimon. Then I can use Fly Bullet to then delete another Digimon, and then go into Beelstar to then use another option to then delete another Digimon, to then use another ability that lets me use another option's ability out of its sources to then delete another Digimon. So, like, if they wanted to, they could delete, like, 4 times in a single turn. Most of the time, yes, they're just using it to gain memory. Well, I guess, like, Dare Blitz is de-digivolve, but, like, Red Bind deletes 7,000. So, like, if there's a whole bunch of small bodies, then the Red Binds are burning the opponent's security and deleting a Digimon all in one. So, like, you could see just, like, how much literal free value you're getting. And then, like, Black Automon also just is able to digivolve into a Beelstar. So, like, you also have that, like, little warp aspect to it. So even if you don't have your 5s, you could still go from a Black Auto into a Beelstar. So like there's like very very clear and obvious things that are like incredibly fucked up with this. And then don't even get me started on the price point. Most of that is like, yes, obviously this card being expensive, but Shine Greymon also just went through a buyout. Um so Shine Greymon spiked a little bit as well. But yeah, like how is a deck from even just like a set ago even able to compete with something like this? It's just so grossly overtuned. And then like, okay, you try to attack their security. Well, now their security is just filled with security threats. So now uh trying to attack is like actually actively the wrong thing to do. So now we're getting into this meta where burning security is just way more valuable than actually dealing any kind of security damage. Which is why, again, Three Musketeers being one of the better burn decks. Also, like there's very clear and obvious things to why Three Musketeers is like the actual best deck of the format by a very significant margin. Like it's not unbeatable, so like you do have like Jupitermon that is able to beat it. Just because the recovery aspect of Jupitermon itself is the only thing that's actually keeping it alive in that matchup. Like literally Full Sail, this is like his recovery ability to just like, oh, I'm at 0 security, here's 2 more. Kind of similar to what Anil was doing in One Piece, where it's just like, why was Anil so obnoxious for a long time for a lot of players? Well, it's because they couldn't deal damage fast enough, and if they did, Anil just recovers it immediately. Like Jupitermon is basically Digimon's Anil, where it's just super resilient and hard to kill just because like, oh, I could just maintain security forever. I guess I should read chat a little bit more. I do apologize. I just really need to get these thoughts out of my head because, like, I don't. As much fun as I like to say trading board states back and forth is, if you're not playing one of the any of the Time Stranger decks that are realistically able to do it, then like you're just having a hard time. Because what's Glowing Dawn like supposed to do? Like Glowing Dawn's recovery play is literally like these cards because they have on play. Like on play, trash a card to use an option, and then that option obviously is going to let you digivolve using Arts Digivolve. That's your recovery play. Your other recovery play is like E-Pulse and then try to like rebuild. So you could be like, okay, E-Pulse into, let's just say Cougarmon. Cougarmon lets me recover 1, then I could use the sources underneath my Tamer to then Digivolve for 1 into a level 5. That then gets me into my level 6. So, like, that's where E-Pulse is as a very important card to be able to act as a recovery play. So it's like the deck has recovery plays, but when it comes to like actual threats, as far as like what the deck is like really doing, the most threatening thing about the deck is literally these tamers. Like these tamers getting hit and having it be popped out is really valuable. Hold on, chat. I'm getting a phone call. Okay, I do deeply, deeply, deeply apologize, chat. That was a very important phone call with a recruiting company, so that way I could actually get employed. Even though this is like supposedly more of a seasonal job, that they're calling me about, it's just a job is a job. And the more experience that I have and the better my resume gets, the easier it would be to get like a more full-time position. So that was a very important phone call. So I do really apologize on my soapbox. Um, but yeah, so part of like why I started like using Digimon Nexus is like, again, the meta breakdown is not like a super accurate thing. This is like really skewed, but you could kind of see like the shifts and trends. So, like, obviously, Three Musketeers is like really starting to do well. Strachio is really starting to fall. Jupiter, it says Jupiter's starting to fall, but it's still one of the better decks. Bears is like obviously on the rise. So like there's just a whole bunch of different like tools for metrics that you could look at. But right before the phone call, I said I was gonna go back and read some of chat and maybe answer some of their questions because like I'm very concerned for the game. Like I'm really deeply concerned for the game. The fact that these are cards basically make it so like, okay, anything that basically just says reduced evo by 1, so like this, like there is zero reason ever to use this type of a card ever when something like this exists, like full sale. So it's just like now everything is going to have to start keeping up with this new current speed, and that's only going to make things go faster. So if anyone's like actually again partially curious why the game has been getting more and more aggressive lately, is because the faster things go, the more aggressive they get. Like that is just the unfortunate truth. The more things you're able to do for free for less, the more you're just able to push overall damage is like ideally what you want to do. So like even though Beelstar half the time isn't attacking on its recovery turn, that's why Beelstar, where is it? Like that's why Beelstar is running Titamon, is because of the fact that it has rush and execute. So you could just like use all of your Beelstar and Beelstar X's abilities and your red binds to burn all of their security off of like a Asuna playing the Black Gato replay, and then you end your turn by digivolving into Titamon Skullbaluchi, and then boom, there's your magical out of nowhere for game factor. That's why they're also playing Louis, is because if you had something in your raising, you just hard play Louis, and now you could swing after all of your pretty much almost free Beelstar bullshit. I say almost for free. It's not exactly for free. Um, but yeah. So like you could like having instant attackers out of nowhere is like a very big deal. And while I was playing like Rebootmon, that was one of the big things that I noticed the deck was lacking, was just like, okay, I could rebuild into a Rebootmon, but I can't win the game. And therein lies the problem, is because I'm not winning the game. It gives my opponent a turn to then figure out how to win the game. Um hearing this about Glowing Dawn leaves me wondering what to play at locals. Yeah, I remember reading that. Um you have a cheap version of Baramon and Glowing Dawn. I already covered that. Uh just joined, so forgive me what you've already said. I feel not questioning why it's underperforming is a bit oversighted. Um, not questioning why it's under. Oh yeah, so like with Glowing Dawn's underperformance, as an example, like it has the damage. It's just the things that are currently being played in like the deck is more so a matchup spread thing. I don't know why they're running this Habakiri. It probably should have just been the other Habakiri. Is there? Here we go. This is probably just more accurate. So the big things as far as like why Glowing Dawn is underperforming is the fact that it just doesn't have, outside of this being the only like real security threat, um it doesn't have anything to stop the opponent really out of security, because you look at pretty much all of the Time Stranger decks, and all of the Time Stranger decks, let's go with Bears, they have these cards. And then most of the time off of these cards, they get to play a Digimon out, and then that Digimon then ideally is going to slow down the opponent. Yes, there's ways and play lines against them, but sometimes because the plays are tight, they sometimes just can't reasonably play out of these cards. So the fact that these cards are pretty much free for them to rig is really huge. And then also double down as like defense. So it's just like, oh, here's a blocker that suspends the opponent's Digimon. Or here's a blocker with the Digivolve, or here's a card that is just going to be able to suspend the opponent's Digimon down. So like you could kind of tell like these types of cards are also contributing to the overall success of Time Strangers, and the fact that Glowing Dawn doesn't really have an equivalent to that is what's really really bad. And even though Three Musketeers doesn't have an equivalent to that, their security just is full of removal options, so they don't particularly need like to stop the opponent when they're just removing the opponent's threat to begin with. So that's partially why like Glowing Dawn is underperforming. Plus, again, they are moving slower than Time Stranger decks. So as I already mentioned with speed, nothing here, literally nothing here, is digivolving for free. The thing that's kind of just helping with the evolutions is literally Kekomon. So Kekomon gives you a 1 evolution. You have Cougarmon that gives you a 1 evolution. This Cougarmon is free, but you obviously can't use it off of E-Pulse, which is the most ideal situation. Um, so like you're still kind of having to pay for things here. And eating up a lot of your resources or your security sometimes isn't the greatest idea, which is why like even though this is free, most decks aren't running more than like 2 of it, is because again, can't be used off of E-Pulse, and it's just eating away at too many resources, even though the benefit is like obviously really really good. But even these cards, so like it's still just using the option for a reduced cost of 3. So you're still paying for the option. So you're still paying for things. And I'm not saying you're not paying in Time Stranger decks, but the opportunity cost available to them leads them to be significantly more efficient than the vast majority of decks in the game. So those small little factors combined just like lead to where this deck is faltering. Plus, like if you don't have like your tamer set up, then you're in definitely a really bad spot. So like also if you have your tamers removed, like matchup spread is like partially a really big thing into what can make Glowing Dawn successful. Like it does have a lot of like the good stuff that decks need, like damage output and all that other fun stuff. Like I said, recovery play, damage output, immunity, but it could still like falter at times. More so compared to Time Stranger decks, which is unfortunate. What's the reason for I already answered that. The accessibility factor, because Time Strangers is arguably less accessible, because like here's around the base price of an average Time Stranger deck. And then if we go to like Bears, it's a little bit higher, so it's less excessive. And if they're opening stuff, they have to open this. So like arguably this should probably not be running Tropical Venom, and they should be running another Danon Cannon is probably where I would maybe put it. Um and then that spikes the deck by another $20. So like yeah, you could kind of just see like just where the money is. and these decks are just less accessible because they're just harder to get. Um, the deck archetype itself determines your resources in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. That's kind of like why I said like the deck itself is the resource system, is because like whatever your deck is and whatever your deck does, you're gonna have a finite number of usage on some of your cards. Unless you're Toon, apparently, then you just reuse your cards forever, and just burn the opponent and OTK them. Not cool Toon, just the new Toon that's not out yet. In Brazil, everything is very expensive, so I have little flexibility over the decks you have. I 100% feel that, Gabriel. I really do. I know Bandai in Canada is also pretty shit. I wish I could say I have it good in North America, but even then, like I look at singles prices like nonstop all the time, and the game is factually more expensive now than it's been in the past. I can only say the time that the game was arbitrarily more expensive was literally during its launch. That first year, things were really, really hard to get and super expensive because they were hard to get. And then afterward, it kind of cooled off until RB01 fucked things up. Then that destroyed a lot of store trust. So that's why BT 16 through 17 were really, really sketchy, was because the trust was destroyed and stores ordered less. So there was just less printed. Then obviously that shortage caused huge demand, which made the stores realize, oh shit, maybe we were wrong this entire time. And then things started to normalize. At least like that's how I read it in as of the US market based on the timeline of events. But like I said, I think I have my tab for it. Is it here? No. Um uh It is here? No. It is here. So I've been looking at a lot of like I use TCG Player to like help determine the price of things. And like outside of this first page, you could pretty much ignore it because like this is just all of like the actual high rarity stuff over the past couple of sets. But even then, like whereas you get shit like this. It's just like this is borderline unacceptable. This is a super rare from a reprint set. This is incredibly dumb. This is what's really fucked up. This being pretty much a staple in most Time Stranger decks. I think like because a lot of the current Time Stranger decks aren't like using Homeros as much, this is obviously seeing less play, which is why it's reduced in price, but it was like $50 at one point. So like you could see like yeah, it got as high as like $50. The lowest it's ever been was like 30, which is still incredibly high because it is just like a staple. This is still kind of fucked up, and we could see like meta wise, um, like literally, it's nowhere to be seen anymore. Like nobody's really playing it either. Whereas Volcanus, Mars, Lucimon, where is it? Yeah, the fact that I can't quickly find it is already telling. Fieldstar, Puppets, Volcanus, Lucimon, Shine, Kaiser Hybrid, Sarismon, Galactic, Glowing Dawn. Like it does not have a high play rate either. So expensive plus low play rate means that it's most likely not gonna do very well. There's your Danon cannons. Like Vortex is already falling off of a cliff. Like literally falling off of a cliff. And I don't even think Vortex is that bad. It's just again, it has a hard time fitting into the modern gameisms. Like here's Shine, like fucking nobody wants to play Shine or Data Squad because the two key cards are so expensive. Um Like, not that one. The normal Yuki spiked in price. But you have your Omnimon here, you have your 8001 here, like 8001, 8001, 8001, 8001. 8001 is just like incredibly expensive, like for pretty much no reason. Monarch Lizardmon's been kind of just going up and down. He was as low as like $10 and now he's up to almost 15. He is 15, correction. Shine got a buyout and now he's cooling off again because a lot of the top decks are Yip part yellow, so they could just use Shine. But yeah, so like you could see like a lot of the expensive cards is 8001 and Time Strangers. Medusamon's still up there. But yeah, so that's like accessibility leads to play rate. Play rate could lead to conversion rate. So that's kind of the trickle down effect. TB gets out. Yeah, I already read that one. I'm really behind on these. I am so sorry. You're still going to play Sayu Warriors. You enjoy their play pattern more. I mean, I'm not going to tell anyone don't play something because you don't like it. It's just don't expect it to be good. Is the thing. Like if you enjoy something, obviously you're enjoying it. Like that's good. So don't ever let. I don't want to say I'm being a Debbie Downer. I'm more of a realist. It's like don't ever let people just in general tell you what you should or shouldn't do or what you want compared to what you want to do. Like I don't necessarily think those decks are that bad. Um it's just again from the macro level perspective of where the current meta game is, it does not look like it's going to be competitive, which is unfortunate because I would want people to buy into something and have fun with it. But if you're going up against like the 6 meta decks, it's just like there's literally no point, literally. And unfortunately, like the majority of these don't really feel like they're going to be changing the game that much. Like obviously just because of like Machine Dramon bullshit, people are really going to push Machine Dramon hard, so he's going to have a higher play rate, which means he's going to eventually have the statistics to convert into something decent. um I'm just like really bored personally with VB because VB is literally just Omnimon again. Like it's just another DNA Omnimon deck. This is a pretty good Omnimon, don't get me wrong, but I was just like incredibly bored that it's just another Omnimon. Um, when Gundam released around a year ago, a lot of Digimon players moved out to Gundam, and now with Naruto coming out, more are going to be leaving. Digimon is already super segmented as is. I guess who stays is the only hardcore fans. Yes. That's the problem. That's a lot like that's the problem with a lot of Bandai card games. Like if you're literally not One Piece, anytime they make a new card game, you're just going to be eating away at the pie. So we've seen some people leave for Dragon Ball, we've seen some people leave for Battle Spirits, and we've seen some people leave for One Piece. Obviously, a lot of people left for One Piece. So yes, the more segmented Bandai makes their game portfolio, the less each one of them is going to have if they were already an established game. Because the unfortunate thing is the game, like Digimon, is going to be really hard to get into, and it's progressively getting more and more harder to get into. So that's going to slow the overall growth of the game, which is obviously not good because you want the game to continue to grow. But when you create a competitor for yourself, that's obviously going to cannibalize some of that audience while attracting some new players into that new audience. And what Bandai really cares about is that new section rather than cannibalizing their old games. So yeah, whoever after Naruto comes out is going to be left in Digimon are going to be the hardcore fans. And maybe this is kind of why Bandai wants to like try to push their mobile app a little bit faster or sooner, is so that way people have a outlet to be able to play Digimon pretty easily. So that way it could kind of buffer the blow of, in a sense, of the own damage that they're going to be doing. That might be me reading a little bit too much into things. But it's not like it's an uncommon thing where, hey, we're going to be making something new, but to appease what we currently have and to try to make them not leave the ecosystem in some capacity, we're going to be throwing them this bone. Granted, this was their mobile app obviously was in development for years, so yeah. Um, is the splintering community more of an NA thing just due to the zoning laws and work culture? Kind of. So like just as an example, like you'll have the community um basically be at odds ends with itself. So like whenever we discuss what are some hot topics, like whenever we discuss like is the game in a healthy position, you'll literally see like this big 50-50 split between people saying no, the game is kind of just dog shit, power creep is just through the roof and the game is becoming less fun, less exciting. And then you'll get the other people that are saying like, oh, the game is perfectly fine, it's the best it's ever been, I couldn't be happier. So like you get like those mental divides in between the community where they both just want to enjoy the game and one sees the game for what it is and the other ignores the game for what it is, in a sense. Um that's probably like too broad of a stroke, but from a player perspective, just as an example, using me as a sample size of one, I have to drive almost 45 minutes to an hour out to any of the 1 to 3 locals that I could participate in. And the biggest turnout most of those locals will get is anywhere between 3 to maybe 8 players. So that's not necessarily the signs of a large community when you walk into like Pokemon or you walk into Magic or even sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh! And you'll see like, oh, this has like 16 to 25 players. It's just like, okay, obviously Digimon is not as big as the big three, but even compared to like just some other card games you could walk into and you'll be like, oh, there's actually like a legitimate amount of people here. And then you'll look at Digimon and it's just like, where's the Digimon players? So like the community is kind of there. It's just spread out and it's spread a little bit too thin and that like causes some additional friction because like if you're just going to be facing the same like 2 or 3 people all the time, like the game could get incredibly boring and incredibly stale to that community or that group because no, you're not changing things up enough and the meta's not changing things up enough. And if there's only a particular play pattern that's even remotely viable, then ooh, you're in for an extra rough spot then. um So it is partially due to like NA being like incredibly big, but it's also just like the pockets in where Digimon formed were already really small to begin with, and again, the lack of growth in the game um only helps a minority of the minority. It doesn't help the majority, if that makes any sense. Hey Galmon. Does Glowing Dawn have free Evo rookies? No, they don't. Glowing Dawn does not have free Evo rookies. The best that we have is reduced Evo by 1, and we're choosing literally not to run it because we would rather have consistency. So we have consistency tool, um, then consistency tool, technically consistency tool. This is also consistency. The only thing we have is this Leolmon that reduces Evo by 1. That's it. Outside of that, there's no free Evos. So again, that goes back into the same problem where it's just like, okay, I'm still paying for the majority of my stuff, which is very clearly an issue when you have some decks that just literally are not paying for anything. And that's what people were feeling like with Medusa, is because, like, oh, you get into the level 5 and then it just gains the memory back, which means it just net evoed for 1 due to its abilities. And then that's why the training card was so important, is because then you just use the training card to evo into the 4 for free. So you went from 3 to 4 for 0. You went from 4 to 5 for 1. And then you go from 5 to 6 for 1 as well. Or for 2, my bad, not 1, 2, because their egg reduces Evo by 1. So they spent a total of 3 memory on average going from a level 3 Digimon to a level 6 Digimon. Well, it's just like, okay, now with something like Jupiter and even Medusa, or not Medusa, we'll just say Jupiter, it's just like, okay, I can Evo for free, play a Tamer for free, swing, use an ability, get rid of my own security, trigger my Tamer, Evo for free again, then do some checks, and then Evo for what? 1? So I basically can spend 1 to 0 memory to go all the way up into a level 6 Digimon. Like, really? Because what does a Nori actually do? When your security is removed by suspending this tamer, one of your Agiomon can digivolve into an Agio choose. Yeah. So you literally could go, if you're like choosing to use like the Niaro egg, you literally could go into a Jupitermon for like 1 memory. So like compared to, again, that to Medusa, like it's very night and day. It's just like, oh, I can go into my level 6 for 3 memory with additional setup, and you have to go into your level 6 for 1 memory with the same amount of setup. Like there's a bit of a difference in power there. Um Yeah, and the tamers that play out Digimon for free are just like actually functionally better scrambles. And because scrambles weren't necessarily designed to be a tempo tool, they were designed to be a rebuild tool. So like if the idea is getting you back into the game with their delay ability, then that's the key goal. And obviously the tamers are just functionally better than that because like they happen at the start of the turn, and then you can just do more from there, because combined with everything has to attack. And that's one thing I didn't even get to, is the fact that like everything just has to attack now. Like, oh, digivolve and then make an attack, and then end of turn make another attack. So like these types of abilities, they're just incredibly fucked up. It's just like, oh yeah, I could just digivolve, then attack, and then figure out a way to unsuspend, and then just make another attack. What? Like, and it's the fact that everything has to attack is also what's causing the game to be more aggressive, is because literally everything is attacking all the time for literally no reason. That's why the engage mechanic was made. Yeah. So like rush and engage. So that means this card can just make an attack at the end of the turn. Okay. Like, okay. Execute, just another keyword to make an attack. You have the um where's uh crap. That's what I needed. Yeah, Grapleomon. When you Digivolve, just make an attack. Like, it's just so stupid on just like how many times you just see a keyword that lets you make an attack, or just on an evolution, just make an attack. So it's just like everything feels like it's attacking the second it comes out. Memory is mattering less and less, and even if it does, you still just get to attack anyway. So like it's a lot of these like micro abilities that are stacking up with all of the power creep that's just making things feel like very overwhelming in a sense. Because does Glowing Dawn actually have anything that just says then attack? Now that I think about it, not Glowing Dawn, Glowing Dawn. I don't think we do, because this is just digivolving. Oh, well, technically the only thing we have is Monarch, because it gives Rush and then can attack. So it's just the Monarch that allows us to have that ability. But nothing else outside of that Monarch is allowing us to just make an attack for free arbitrarily. They could have easily prevented that by putting the start of main and delay effects. Delayed start of main. Make sure, yeah, like the tamers, they could have done some like very easy fixes too. Because the other big thing, especially with like Agio, how do I spell Agio? Aegio. Aegio. So like you get this bullshit where it's just like, oh, rush and then make an attack. Like, really? Really? Does that really need to be a thing? And then you also have Vortex. So it's just like, okay, even if I play out a level 4 off of the tamers, I still have ways to just by default use them. It's just so silly. Legitimately silly. So like, yes, they obviously shouldn't have done that, and there's ways that they could have balanced it, but unfortunately we live in the reality where they didn't, which is like the big problem, and why again Time Strangers is doing so well is because no deck really has access at that level of power, and we didn't exactly acknowledge how powerful that was until we saw more of it, essentially. Or I guess the lack of more of it in a sense, or like other decks being able to abuse those cards probably is the more correct way of looking at it. Delay mechanic is exclusively for option cards, not tamers. Yeah, I mean that's also true. Delay is exclusively for options, but they could have done something. They could have like made it a new keyword specifically for that. Basically, is delay for tamers. Where like, oh, the tamer has to suspend. Like that's something they could have done. Is like, oh, so that way you have other ways to try to counteract it, because you have those tamers where it's just like, if you suspend those tamers, well, they put themselves to the bottom of the deck, so you could still use their abilities. So you could have like tried to double up on them so other decks actually would be able to try to respond to them, where it's just like just the act of suspending or keeping it in a particular state or something. I don't know. This would have been a problem for the game had actual levers to adjust the memory gauge was just a good mechanic to play with and not a game design wet dream. Had actual levers to adjust and the memory gauge. I'm trying to like break down your comment, Mario. But like I like the memory system. It's just, again, the issue becomes when you ignore the memory system, then what happens? So like that's why we had fucking selfie OTK. Like DNA Digivolve, then attack. Oh, good thing these cards played out at the beginning of my turn before the unsuspend phase. So if I had 2 tamers set up, I could DNA Digivolve and set that up. That incredibly stupid. Like wholeheartedly and ungodly incredibly stupid. Now, did it win a whole lot of tournaments? No. But that doesn't stop it from being like ungodly dumb. Um it's it's only exclusive to them. Bandai wouldn't have given it to anything else. They easily could have changed the game as the game designers. Yeah, they could always just figure out how to change the game. Like they have fundamentally figured out how to change the game multiple times. Like so they are definitely capable of making something to fundamentally change how we play the game. They've only done it a lot. And it kind of pisses me off every single time that they do because it doesn't necessarily feel like they ever check their homework. So like from a design perspective, it just feels like they're just designing shit and they're not double checking to see if anything's like actually truly broken. Like remember when we were all bitching about like the BT12 Marcus because it was like one of the first instances of free evolution and then oh, hey, shocker, guess what was good? Shine Greymon. It's just like, oh, well, okay then. And now we just have like ungod levels of aggression out of Shine Greymon where it's just like, yeah, I'm going to hard play something, it's going to attack, and then end of turn, it's going to attack, and then I'm going to Digivolve, and it's going to get security attack plus. So I'm going to like hit for 2 security, Evo twice for free, and like, it's so much bullshit. And then I'm going to play Tamers out for free on top of that. I'm just like, can we stop like and slow down for 2 seconds? And even then, that's like right now not good because Shine Greymon has consistency issues. That's the only thing that's keeping Shine Greymon back is literally the consistency issues. Unification sped out set releases, rushed to BT16 on I don't necessarily think it was unification sped things up. Like all of those were already designed and it just changed like how we were taking the metas. Like post unification, I think like they've just been managing the game incredibly poorly. Cuz realistically if I had to pinpoint, like, there's a lot of pain points in the game in terms of like metas that were like really dog shit. There's a lot of them, but like, if I had to pinpoint specifically where things started to go off the rails, I probably would say EX5 was one of the biggest mistakes that Bandai has ever made. And ever since then, the game has just been progressively worse. 8001 is expensive and it's quite hard to find more boxes of. Pull rates are also terrible. Yes. That's why like I feel like Bandai needs to figure out how to redo reprints or just not put new shit into a reprint set. Let the reprint set be a reprint set. But no, Bandai can't help themselves and they just have to be as greedy as fucking possible because they told us literally earlier this year we are in full greed mode. Like, and that was the biggest eye opener was like, I always knew as a company that Bandai was just in full greed mode. Or like that Bandai would be just a greedy company, but at least like they were being nice about it. And now they stopped playing nice about it. And that's partially also what pissed me off a lot. Is like, now they're openly acknowledging to how greedy they're being while also not making the game very fun or engaging to play. And that's something that makes me sad because, again, I care a lot about the game. I don't know how many times I have to say this to people because people look at my content as negative, and I'm like, no, it's not negative, it's critical, and I'm critical because I like the game. I really do enjoy the macro level of gameplay that we're in. I thought it was like the greatest design change that Bandai has implemented was this idea of back and forth. But it's just so condensed that it's just boring. Like, it's honestly boring. And the fact that all of it is the same fucking or different flavors of the same archetype, that's the other annoying part. Because if, again, we just look at Time Stranger stuff, it all comes back to Time Strangers. Like, I really just fucking hate Time Strangers at this point. Like, I love the video game. Obviously, you could go back to my VODs, watch me having fun playing a video game about Digimon and an IP I love. But like, if we actually like objectively look at Time Stranger decks, it's just like, oh, they all just have these types of abilities. Like, they're all just the same fucking flavor, just with a different coat of paint. It's just like, oh, this is all just a caramel. Like, it's just, now this is red caramel, this is blue caramel, this is green caramel. But it's still all caramel at the end of the day. It's just like, it doesn't matter if I Digivolve into Baramon and do 3 checks off of a swing passing my turn, or if I do the exact same thing with what's his face? Volcanismon. It's just all literally the same thing. Make an attack at the end of the turn? Check. Remove the opponent's bodies from the field? Check. Play an option at the end of the turn? Check. Have rush? Check. Like, they're all just the same exact fucking thing. And it's so boring because they're all playing also the same cards because it's all the same macro archetype. Imagine in Latin American countries, only 2 stores in the entire city made tournaments and always get the same 5 to 8 players to play. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, where it's just like, I'm bored. Like, I am bored shitless at locals because there's not enough people to play against. And we only play the same decks over and over again. So I'm legitimately not having fun with the same matchups because what? I'm the only consistent change? Like, I just choose to bring a different deck and that's my choice and nobody else is bringing a different deck? Like, the player pool is relatively large. We're just scattered out. And that's a kind of an issue. Another big issue for the local scene due to Bandai's cannibalizing itself. Digimon in my locals used to be 5 solid, have like 5 solid scenes, but now it's just 3 and it's the same people. Yeah. Like, there's just a lot of issues with how Bandai does things. And playing against the same deck with 3 tamers every single week, it gets boring. Yeah, and exactly. And it's just like, oh, it's all the same. Like, and at this point, it's literally all just Time Stranger decks too. So like, Time Stranger is the only thing that's like actually meta competitive. And it's just like, I'm so tired of seeing Homeros. I'm so tired of seeing Haruko. I'm so tired of seeing Asuna. I'm so tired of seeing Dan and Cannon. I'm so tired of seeing Agio. Like, it's all the same fucking cards for the most part. And then, like, what? It just the top end changes. I mean, granted, it's not all the same that. Like, obviously, Bears is running the bear stuff because the bear stuff works with bears. I know, shocker, right? It's almost like they designed it to do that. Yeah, the Dual Monarch is the card that lets them have access to then this card can attack, which is like borderline mandatory on pretty much most things now. And that's one thing that I felt like was really lacking in Reboot, as I mentioned before, is like no rush, no then this card can attack. So it just makes things really awkward to try to close out games when everything else can just, oh, I could just do that anyway. Honestly, to nerf Time Strangers, they would have to errata the rookies and the tamers, start of main, gain 1 memory, or if 3 or less memory. I don't actually hate that change, to be honest. Unfortunately, Bandai really doesn't errata a whole lot, so that's a huge problem. Is like, Bandai really doesn't want to change their cards. They designed these cards to work this way for a specific reason. They thought that this is not this. They thought that this mechanic was an incredibly good mechanic when this is an incredibly toxic mechanic. Like, this legitimately is awful game design right here. Because it's just promoting unhealthy gameplay patterns. That still won't solve the problem because many decks don't pass over 3+ memory, and so the broken part about this is both of the effects. Actually, it's both. So part of it is the fact that 4 or less is very hard to not pass over, and then 5 and more means you're still going to be making the same plays for the most part anyway, which is really stupid. But the fact that it also just gives free evolution is just awful. It is terrible. Like, you should not be working this hard to undermine your own basic resource system. Like, you could go back to some of my previous videos. I already had problems with them doing the egregious amount of cheating on memory that they had back then. Like, all the way back in, like, BT14, where it's just like, oh, here's just a free memory for no reason. Like, that's why I fucking hated the Patamon. Like, where's the here? Like, I fucking hated this Patamon because of this ability. Like, I mean, I hated its top ability too, but like, this card was a huge design mistake. Legitimately, it was a design mistake. It was awful. Like, I wanted this card banned, and I still want this card banned. Like, you should not be undermining your own resources. You could ramp, that's fine. Like, having the ramp cards, I would say, are fine. So, like, a card like Tropical Venom, or like, not necessarily Parabolic Junk, but like something to like just help boost the memory a little bit, fine. But don't have it be free. Like, that's why I said, like, memory boosts were fine, because you're paying a cost and your refund isn't 100%. But with training cards, the refund is free and the cost is already really low. So, like, the training cards definitely was a huge pain point for me that helped spike the game to be not exactly, like, super kosher, in a sense. I mean, when I started, I kind of hated the memory gauge because of how easy it was to remove a body and put so much memory into it. Um I played Black War Greymon Ace, or you played War Greymon Ace of Black back then. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of like why the whole like rebuild concept I really enjoyed, because like, oh, if you tore down my stack, now I could instantly rebuild it. So like, that's the dynamic that Bandai was shooting for the entire time. Because before, like, yes, you invest all of this memory into the game, and then you just get rug pulled from a removal ability, and then you have to rebuild all over again, and then while you're rebuilding, the opponent's probably beating you in the face, and that's not good. So, like, that's kind of where I really like the idea of just the back and forth that they finally developed, where it's just like, okay, I'm going to build this stack. It's going to do something really powerful, but not win me the game. And then my opponent's response is to tear down, do as much damage, and then now it would be my responsibility to then repeat the cycle until one person can't, or one person squeezes enough damage in. And like, I think that's good gameplay. It's just where it's tied to and how it's condensed is not good. Like, they were working their way up to where it currently is. But I don't like the answer just being Heart Slam Mega. And that's why we see what is it? What's the stupid mechanic? Assembly. Like, now we see assembly fucking everywhere. Or we're going to be seeing assembly more and more, is because of just that type of mechanic. Because like before, like you were kind of just using assembly mostly to just play out the additional body to enable like DNAs or whatever, and now we're just using it to just like hard slam on to the table. It's just like, no, I could just hard slam this Melga after you literally removed it from the field for 6 memory, and then it's back in full force because it's putting all of its inheritables back in. Like, and that's partially what made like Millennium so strong, was because you just do the same thing. Like, it's, yeah, assembly is just like actually becoming somewhat problematic. Because like like back in the cross days, like crossing from the trash was already egregiously powerful, because having the cards in your trash is easier to achieve than putting them into your under your tamer. Like, fundamentally, if you use the card, it goes into the trash, cool, I could reuse it. It's literally what made Apocalypse so strong, is because literally the same type of bullshit, where it's just like, oh, all of the things that I used to be able to play this card out are now back into the trash, so I could just redo this over and over again. I feel like that's like, I kind of just hate assembly for that factor, where it's just like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if you kill my thing, because I could just play a new one. I guess like the big difference is like you're not playing a level 7 for 3, and now you're paying how much for a level 7? You're paying 5? Ooh, wowie. 5 for a level 7? This is 9, but like this was being played inside of Royal Knights to like do cute bullshit. So you would pay less for something like this. You arguably could even just pay less for something like this. So, yeah. You agree it wouldn't really help. Let's be real though, you're super negative. I mean, right now I'm definitely more negative toned and negative slanted, yes. But I am realistic. And I've been right. Like, I don't really like to stroke my own ego, but I have been right in the past calling out specific problems and issues that then other people acknowledge way later are actual problems and issues. So I have a track record of seeing things before they happen compared to the rest of the community as things are unfolding. So when you try to speak out about something and the community's just like, no, 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 it's not that way, you're just overreacting. And then next thing you know, somebody else starts saying the same thing and somebody else starts saying the same thing, and you were right the whole fucking time. It's just like, yeah, it's a little bit infuriating. Sure, not everyone's going to be on my same page, and that's fine, but like, and not everyone's going to listen to me, and that's also fine. But like, it doesn't make it any less infuriating, the fact that like you are trying to express something that other people are very obviously reciprocating with, just on a delayed factor. And the fact that like, yes, not everything is rose tinted glasses, not everything is actually fine and dandy, while everyone else is pretending that it is not necessarily what I would think is good for the game either. Like, sure, somebody could pop into my stream and be like, oh, he's being super negative about the game. But like, if you actually stop and realize what I'm like actually talking about, I'm being critical of the game because I want it to be good. Like, me pretending that there's no problems is not going to fix any of the problems. If you're not being vocal about the problems, they're not going to get fixed. So, me being the designer brain that I was trained to be, who's seeing problems before everyone else and trying to express that, for the community to basically just laugh at me and say it's not an issue, and then go back and be like, oh, I guess it was an issue the whole fucking time. It's just like, well, no shit. I'm the one speaking out about this. Why aren't you? Oh, because you think 6 decks is fucking good? You think everything being the exact same is fucking good? You think having, like, mirror matches all day long is enjoyable? You want to pay hundreds upon hundreds of dollars for your Digimon deck? When we used to pay half, if not a quarter of that? Like, I'm sorry, some of these issues are very personal to me because it's ruining my own personal enjoyment of the game, and I'm expressing it. Like, I get it, it does sound negative. But it's negative because I want to play and I can't. Calm down, bro. Bros fighting ghosts. I mean, like, I would like to do more rally cries, but, like, obviously nobody already listens to me. Like, do I think certain things are a problem with the game? Yes. Could I write a giant script and explain it all? I've only done it 2 or 3 times before. They've only got lots of traction before. But, like, after a certain point, yes, I understand. People don't want to listen to it. But at the same time, you also can't ignore issues. Ignoring the issues is how things get worse, not better. Pointing out the power creep and where it is and what things are supposed to be doing in order to be competitive is a thing. And Jaden, you have, like, actually zero reason to, like, comment on anything of this, because I specifically told you multiple times how to fix your issues, and then you just continue to ignore them, and then you make your mistake after it could have been avoided, and then now you're complaining that you made the mistake. So you, out of almost every person, have very little room to talk on that. And granted, in hindsight, yes, telling you to invest in Medusumon actually would have been a mistake. Especially with the way the power creep of the game was. I was personally expecting that deck to last more than one fucking set. So, do I feel a little bit burned? The fact that I can't afford another Digimon deck to keep up with the current meta because I invested in the wrong deck not just once, but twice? Yes. Some of that is personal resentment, but that's because I don't want to play any of the Time Stranger decks. I really don't. They don't particularly get me excited for anything of the game. But unfortunately, as we could see with the metadata, that is the only thing that is legitimately viable. And it's going to continue to be that way probably for the rest of the entire year. Does anything from EX12, like, people keep saying, what from EX12 looks exciting? None of it. Literally none of it. The only things that are going to be remotely worthwhile is going to be TB, because they just can hard slam Susanomon turn after turn. And it's going to be Machinedramon because Machinedramon bullshit go. Like, I'm not excited for the new Omnimon because it's just another DNA deck. It's like, okay, I just DNA into Omnimon. Well, I've only done this, I don't know, for the past couple of times. So, am I kind of just bored of DNAing into Omnimon? Yes. Is that a valid criticism? Yes. I understand the flavor behind it because it is supposed to be from the Pendulum Digimon devices. So obviously they had those lines, and the lines were limited, and Omnimon obviously was the top end. So, but the thing is like, it's boring. It's just straight up boring. It's just like they're just redoing the same thing with a different coat of paint, and like it's legitimately just starting to get boring. And like that's kind of where like everything needs to have assembly now at this point, or hard slam for a reduced cost, is because, oh, I broke your board, now I have to hard slam this to get back into the game. And like that type of gameplay is fine, but it doesn't feel like that's the initial use of what these cards were supposed to be designed for. They were designed to supposed to be more of like, oh, I built this one stack, now I could use this to build the second one instantaneously, but we're using it obviously in an unintended way, which is a little bit frustrating from a design perspective because it's like, oh, this is what the deck was supposed to do. And now we're kind of like not really bastardizing it, but like it's obviously clearly unintended actions that Bandai didn't account for that they now have to rethink how the mechanic is working in the future so that way it could align more so with player intentions. And that's like one of the biggest design pitfalls that I feel like Bandai's design team does all the time is literally just, we're going to design a card to play in a particular way. It doesn't play in that particular way. It's way more broken than what we thought. So we're just going to sit there and do nothing for a while, and then we're going to readjust later. Like, that's my biggest gripe with the design team, is they can design cards. They just don't think about the designs that they're making. And I've said this multiple times, and like I've used Magic the Gathering and Vivi multiple times. There's a whole article saying we knew Vivi was going to be pushed, we didn't know how powerful it was going to be, but we decided to do it anyway, and then when it was broken, we were like, oh no, it was broken, let's see how broken it is, and then it turned out it was ruining Standard, and people were freaking out about it because it was like, honest to God, not enjoyable gameplay at all. And then they were just like, oh, I guess we got to do something. It's a shame we only do something once a year. And then now they learned, oh, I guess once a year is not good enough. So let's do it 4 times a year. And that should at least help alleviate some issues. So like you could see like they're learning at least. And they acknowledge that they're just going to be making broken shit and they just don't care. But at least they were honest and upfront about that with their community saying that. And as a result, they're going to be banning cards more often because they know that they can't go backwards and check their homework. And I feel like Bandai's in that same camp where they just literally can't check their own homework. So broken shit comes out, the community complains, and then what are we left with? Silence. As the game literally erodes, players get frustrated, and then, oh, hey, look, Bandai's creating a new card game. Let players flock to that and leave Digimon, so now there's less Digimon players to play with. Cool, thanks. Like, these are real issues that people should have criticisms about. And the fact that, like, nobody vocally admits to any of this until it's, like, actually too late is shocking to me. It's legitimately shocking to me. I mean, I guess, like, complaining on the internet isn't shocking. I mean, I guess it's more the lack of complaining, I would say. Like, you see on Facebook all the time, and, like, Twitter, Reddit, or wherever, that, like, people will always complain. And, like, that's fine, to be honest. Because they're complaining for a reason, usually. Like, whether it's a lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, lack of resources, like, complaints are usually because of a lack of something. So, I generally don't like to discredit people's criticisms. You listen to my podcast for 2 years daily at work. There was a time where I was so fed up with you complaining about the same thing over and over again. Focusing on good was a breath of fresh air, and I can focus on the good. It's just right now, like, part of it is, yes, I'm feeling really burnt and burnt out. I'm not going to deny that. I really am not going to deny it. Like, so the last time I was burnt out was almost a year ago, and that's because I lost my job. And the only thing I could do to supplement some income was to grind in Digimon. And unfortunately, Digimon is not a great game to grind in. It honestly is not. At least not for me personally. So playing something you're enjoying less and less over time is very grating. It is very grating. So obviously that went into my whole mental state, and partially why I had to take a step back from being competitive is because I just was straight up not having fun, and I needed to vent. And that's kind of what this stream is right now, is just me venting. Like, this is my stream. It is a safe place for me to vent my frustrations. Yes, I did just recently lose my job again. Yes, I have to grind content in order to try to make some money again. And yes, I'm progressively getting more frustrated as I see not only just the game erode, but my fun and enjoyment with the game go with it, especially the more I grind. Again, it is a vicious cycle that I don't particularly enjoy. And when the meta is good, then it's at least alleviated a little bit. But right now, I would not say this meta is a good meta. It's always funny to me to think that, like, people think that this is a good, healthy meta. We have 6 fucking decks, and 3 of them play exactly the same. So we realistically have 2 decks. So, like, I don't necessarily particularly find that to be fun. Well, I guess technically we have 3 decks, because Glowing Dawn's a little bit of a different outlier. Because, yeah, but they're all just very similar to each other at this point. It's just, let's burn the security, let's just try to kill them as fast as possible, rebuild if something goes wrong, and then just win in the following turn. Like, it just is very grating. Like, if there was actually more variety to what was playable, probably would be having less grievances. But I can be positive about the game when the game gives me something to be positive about. Right now, playing this shitty format is very, very grating. Because, like I said, I want to play in the Mario event. Like, that is essentially what I was preparing for. Mario is having a free event. If anyone wants to join, feel free to join. You could use I'll even post it in chat if people ever are inclined. Like, I fully support the idea of doing this. Like, I was preparing for this event, and I might not even play in it, because, unfortunately, I'm playing Glowing Dawn. And as we've already discussed, Glowing Dawn is the worst of the 6 decks that are actually competitively viable. So I'm going into this event with arguably one of the worst decks that I could possibly bring. So my big question is, why should I even fucking bother playing if I already chose the wrong thing? And because I don't have the capital and the ability to play any of the other decks, I'm just hosed. The good thing is, this is free. So that is the most godsend saving grace, is the fact that this is a free event. Which is why, if anyone has the ability to want to play in it and join in it, please, please, please do so. Because I have a deep respect for Mario and what he does and what his opinions are and what he said in the past. I haven't done a whole lot of interaction with him, per se, but as a content creator, I do have a deep respect for him, and I want this to succeed for him. But coming to terms with the fact that I have no chance of actually winning this because I'm going in fundamentally with the wrong deck, unless my matchup spread is in my favor, is really defeating on the mentality to want to play competitively. Like, if I was using, like, Beelstar, I probably would have way less of an issue because I know there's way less decks that actually check me. But because, like, almost everything, both new and old, can check me, like, it's just so demoralizing when there are just better decks that if I chose better decisions and had the ability to read into the future to make those decisions, then I probably would have less of an issue. But because the game is in the current state that it is, I can't pivot because it costs too much. And what I do have is arguably not good enough. So is that frustrating as a player to understand that? Yes. And Bandai caused that position. And that's why I was like complaining on Jaden earlier, is because he put himself in an even worse position. And there's like nothing he wants to do to help himself. So he's relying on so many other people to try to train him up, and that's not going to matter because what he fundamentally chose was the wrong choice. But did he know that? No. And that's why I think accessibility is like arguably one of the most important things, is because it allows players to pivot to make better choices. Like, I guess you could make an argument where it's just like, oh, it just covers people's mistakes. But like at the same time, not really, because you could just have both. Like if I had the ability to just spend $150 I don't have to build bears, like sure, I would do that. But I already spent that same $150 on Glowing Dawn because I liked the Digimon in Glowing Dawn better. But I guess I'm the silly one for making that mistake, playing something that looked good and something that I thought I would enjoy, but ultimately was not competitive. And you didn't know that until it was too late. And now I can't pivot. So now, yes, I'm slightly frustrated at the fact that I'm just going to be going into this event with a ginormous handicap. Like, that is true negativity on my perspective, not necessarily like actual any criticism. The only criticism is like, yes, the game is less accessible because the secondary market bullshit. But like, I don't, that has nothing to do with me playing in this event. That has zero to do with it. That was just me wanting to play something that I wanted to enjoy and then realizing I'll never win this event because of what I picked. Because like Glowing Dawn is one of the 6 decks. It's just the worst of the 6 decks. So it's not a pure 0% chance. It's just an uphill battle. But I want to like Digimon. I want to be more positive about the game. And I'm just having a hard time, especially with this current wave of burnout. I'm just having a very difficult time trying to find it, because the more I grind, the more I dig, the worse it tends to get. If anyone's like actually curious. Because it's just like, you see these statistics and it's just like, they're not good. Like, it's legitimately not good. Some of these are just misleading because of like all of the other stuff these websites are calculating. So like this is off and then this is off, but like the only like thing I like seeing is like, okay, I could take away that Glowing Dawn is the most popular deck. But obviously going into the data, it's not doing super hot. Like it's in the competitive sphere, but like Three Muskets is just such a fucking obnoxious deck. Like honestly, I think like the meta might be better without Three Muskets. The playstyle being similar to Jupiter and both of them being hyper toxic is just, it's not fun. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's be entirely real. If they banned 4 times a year, Bandai would show that they are obviously issues in the new sets. Yes. Bandai does not want to admit to any kind of a fault. They really don't. And I feel like that's a huge problem. Is like Wizards, like that's the one thing I have, like, even though I do not enjoy Magic the Gathering right now, and I haven't really like played Magic the Gathering in years, the one thing I still have respect for is the fact that they acknowledge and own up to their mistakes publicly. They will write articles explaining design stuff. They will like openly say, yes, we fucked up. We thought we were doing something interesting here, and then it just didn't pan out. Or this was a good experiment. But they will at least own up to their mistakes. Bandai doesn't want to own up to their mistakes. And I think that's like the more frustrating part, is because that's what I'm mostly vocal about is, hey, these are very clear design mistakes that are doing nothing but damaging the game. Why continue doing them? Why continue supporting that type of idea? We should start saying something. And then silence, because obviously nobody can take me seriously anymore. And it hurts. It really does hurt. Um so I'm trying to like catch up and read some of chat. Um so I do apologize if I'm a little bit behind. I'm going to do go ahead. You could do a video. Like that's literally why I'm streaming. I am venting. I am frustrated. Um I am sad and I am hurt. So I need an outlet. And I appreciate everyone who's coming in and outletting with me. Because I think legitimately the game is really good, but it does have its issues. If you want good content strategy, pick a deck, play and stream a free event, and then after the event, maybe stream a VOD and review the matchups. I might do that for the Mario thing. Because I would have like more focus on like where things could have gone right or wrong in a more competitive centered thing, because I think like on DCGO it's a little bit harder to do. Because you just get like some random ass decks, and grinding for decks like specific matchups is a lot more difficult. So I'll probably try to do something like that for the Mario thing. But like my issue is at this point I don't have as large of a repertoire of decks as I used to. Like it used to be so easy and affordable to build a lot of Digimon decks, but honestly, probably what was the set? It was mostly it honestly was around BT16 where it actually started to become like rather difficult. And then like as of probably 8001, that's what really killed me. Like 80, so I have almost a master playset of every rare and super rare, and the set that it magically stops at is BT24. So BT24, I'm still trying to collect the cards because they just got incredibly expensive. Like Hoodie was dirt cheap to make. I think I built Hoodie for like $50. Like that's not that bad. Like but for the price of like one deck building 3, it's just like, yeah. That's partially why I play a lot of apps, is because like apps is already pretty cheap and apps slowly got better. And like I really do enjoy Reboot, but again, Reboot has issues why it's not doing so well. But I don't particularly hate that idea. It's just on DCGO, it's a little bit harder because certain matchups, like on my last stream when I was just like hardcore playing Reboot, for a while, just testing out what I want to play for this Mario event. I was kind of doing it. It's just like, oh yeah, where things are going wrong here is my opponent was able to out my thing. If they can't out reboot, then I'm in the hot spot, and if they can out reboot, then I pretty much lose the game. So I kind of do a little bit of that on streams, but certain matchups are like just so whack and weird, and nobody would ever face or see normally outside of DCGO. Like anything Lucemon related, I still see way too much Lucemon on DCGO. And no offense to the Lucemon enjoyers, but that is not a good deck. Because there was a series that I was wanting to do but never did, was just like, what are actually objectively some of the worst decks Bandai has made that people currently are playing or something like that. And I'm just like, no, that's just shitting on people's decks. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Although it did seem kind of fun, like from a perspective, like putting more of a design spin on it, where it's just like, oh, why is Lucemon so dog shit? And it's just like, oh, one, his evolutions are too expensive. Two, he needs specific cards in order to be anywhere remotely good. Three, he's giving the opponent the option to do what they want to do, so you don't get to control your own cards' effects. Like, there's a lot of like microisms to why certain decks just aren't functionally good. But like the game speed also just keeps changing, like literally every single set. It's just so hard to keep up with, where it's just like a deck could be reasonable for one set and then unplayable for another, like in another one. So that's ultimately why I like decided not to do that type of a series. And like inversely, why I decided not to do like why these decks are successful is because the reasons could change in a heartbeat. Um, Most other competitive card games, their top decks are rather different from one another. Not a facet of Time Stranger. Yeah, that's another big thing. Like, so, I mean, unfortunately, Magic is a really bad example of this right now because Magic is going through Is It Hell, where red blue is just fundamentally the best thing that you could possibly do. But like generally, like in Magic's past, like you could have like three different decks, or like even five or six or seven or 10 different decks that are doing dramatically different things, where it's just like, oh, you could have Is It Lessons, then you could have what's the stupid horror set, that's not Innistrad, Duskmore. Then you could have like Duskmore Overlord control, and then you could have like mono red rat aggro and something else. Like there's actually like more variants than everything is just Time Strangers and you're seeing and using the same four cards in every single deck. And I feel like that's probably like where other card games feel a little bit more different. And I guess like that's partially why I don't really enjoy One Piece, is because like, oh, this is just another Luffy leader. I'm kind of just bored seeing Luffy. Like they could play completely differently, but it's just the fact that it's the same character using the same characters, just dressed differently because of the different arc, is like very visually uninteresting to me. But like with Digimon, them literally using the same cards from each other is ungodly uninteresting to me. And that's why those decks are like more expensive, is because they're fighting for the same staples, and as more people enter the game, those people are also now fighting for those same staples. The main question is, why play the game if you're not having fun? If you're not having fun, be it competitive nor non-competitive. I have more fun non-competitive, which is why I took that ginormous step back. But it's just like, again, I have to play it because that's the only way I'm making money at this point. Like, full stop, that is the only way I am actually having any kind of an income. Because right now I am unemployed and I need money, and unfortunately, the way the YouTube algorithm works is so ungodly friendly to trying to pivot that pivots just are functionally non-existent for the majority of channels. Unless you already position yourself early enough to be more of a pivoty channel and like a variety type channel, pivoting is very, very difficult. So starting from zero, doing some other type of content is just so much harder, which is why on Thursdays I stream over on Twitch, not Digimon related content. And I might even just like stop doing Digimon related content even on Twitch, full stop. Just to separate my Twitch to be not Digimon focused. And my Twitch is not even very big at this point. I think it's just time for me to move on. So if anyone really wants my real long-term game plan, like to be 100% honest as a content creator, I am waiting for the mobile app. That is what I'm waiting for. So I'm just trying to ride whatever shitty wave Bandai decides to throw the state of the game in until the mobile app comes out. That is my big plan, and then shift all of my content to be just the mobile app. That is my big pivot because that's the only pivot I can make. And I think with the mobile app, that might help alleviate some of my issues to a degree. It's not going to completely eliminate them because obviously the mobile app is going to eventually have to catch up to where the game currently is, but at least they're trying to inject things into the mobile app to make each of the metas feel slightly different. So maybe if they do that enough, the mobile app just feels better to play in a sense. And if the free-to-play aspect of the mobile app lets the game be somewhat accessible, then I could just go ahead and play pretty much anything and everything like I can on DCGO. So, like, if anyone's, like, really curious where my push and drive is for, it's just waiting for the mobile app. But this is fundamentally my last TCG. I keep saying that and I'm holding myself to it. I will not play another TCG outside of Digimon because I don't think playing TCGs outside of your one is really worth it. Like, TCGs across the board are just more expensive. There's more TCGs that are coming out. So, like, yes, you can make the argument, oh, yeah, everyone's spoiled for choice. But starting from zero, collecting bulk, collecting all this extra stuff, like, it's just such a hassle that, like, I want Digimon to be my last one. And if Bandai is forcing me out because of Bandai's, like, awful decisions, because they can't run a TCG to save their life outside of relying on new hype cycles, is pretty bad. Because that's why I stopped playing Dragon Ball Super Masters, is because that game got power crept real quick and turned into something awful. Like, full stop. Like, you look at Dragon Ball Super Masters and that game is terrible to play. Does it make me sad? Yeah. Because I enjoyed that game for the short time I played it. But, like, I joined at a really bad spot. And then trying to learn a really complicated game on top of not knowing what you're doing, on top of just the ever so present power creep that's, like, incredibly rapid in that game as well. It just was not fun. What are the 6 decks? I could show it on screen again. So the 6 competitive decks is 3 Musketeers, Angels, Jupiter, Glowing Dawn, Bears, and Volcanus. Those are the only 6 viable decks. Bears and Volcanus basically play similar to one another. 3 Muskets and Jupiter play similar to one another. And Glowing Dawn kind of plays similar to Time Stranger Angels, because they're both, like, just trying to be big dumb OTK decks at the end of the day. I mean, granted, like, 3 Muskets and Jupiter also can OTK. Volcanus also has an OTK, but like these decks more specifically, they ride or die based on like dealing enough damage and putting themselves into a very particular position, lining up their resources more so than any other deck. So they kind of have a very similar esque vibe where you reasonably can't do things unless you see specific things. It's just Angels is a little bit more tunnel visioned on that than Glowing Dawn. Glowing Dawn's a little bit more open, but like you could still accidentally use Glowing Dawn to kill yourself without even realizing it, just like with Time Stranger Angels. But yeah, like the you realistically have three somewhat different play styles out of the six top decks. Medusa has fallen off incredibly hard. Just because what these six decks are doing is just way better than anything else the rest of the entire game is doing. Shine's trying to catch up, and Red Hybrids is like an anti-meta pick. Same thing with God, Galacti. They're like good anti-meta picks, but they still have their bad matchup spreads. Um there's a lot I have to catch up on. I'm so sorry. You disagree so much with your takes, but you do want uh but I do want you to succeed. But yeah, DCGO has this disconnect hard that's hard as a viewer to engage with. You have a community maybe do viewer webcam battles. I have to reset my setup because my desk is like unfortunately full of cards. So I'm taking like this week to try to clean up my desk. And I I don't know. My issue is I just have a lack of decks now. Like it only took two sets for me to just fall dramatically far behind. And it's a feeling that as a person who's supposed to try to keep up with the state of the game and the know-hows and everything, it's so hard. It's so hard to keep up. Like, and I know I have a hot take on spoiler season where it's just like I don't care about the spoilers until they're all done because an individual card means nothing to me. I need to know the full context and the full picture. And I know a lot of people just like the hype and excitement of like, ooh, look at the shiny thing right there. But I'm not. I'm not that way. Because the way Bandai designs is they design cards in bulk. They're supposed to be played in a particular way with each other. Yeah, and if you want like somewhat playwright stuff, there's this and there's this. Like this gives really good playwright data. But I don't exactly know how to turn playwright data into conversion rate data because these are skewed. Like everything here, like from firsts past, it's all skewed. Like the only thing I care about out of this data set is like entries and metadata because everything else is skewed. Because they're comparing data that shouldn't be compared with each other. And like I don't want to feel frustrated and I don't want to hate the game. It's just obviously right now the meta shit. The meta's not going to get any better with EX12 and like being price locked out of the game while seeing the same exact stuff. It's just super difficult. Like that's me being negative. That's not anything the game itself is doing. I mean, there's some contributing factors that the game itself is doing, but I already beat those hammers in enough. Yeah, look at Imperial. Imperial's like borderline not even played anymore. Like Puppets was good, now it fell off pretty hardcore. You don't even see Puppets. Like out of all of the tournaments that I was paying attention to, so like if we just go to like some decks and metadata or not that, tournaments. Like, even if we just look at like some of the more tournaments, like here's Ultimate Cups. We don't even see puppets anymore. Like puppets just seem to just disappear. It's OTK and it was really good for like a hot second, and now it's just poof, gone. Did this have any puppets? It had one person. One person out of a 50-person event had puppets. What are most people playing? Bears, Three Musketeers, Jupiter, Glowing Dawn, Volcanus, Angels. Like it's just the same shit. You're fine watching DCGO content, honestly. I mean, that's the only way I can play decks at this point is just through DCGO. Literally, that's the only way I could actually play. To be fair, out of all of the Time Stranger decks, I think Volcanus has the most unique. Um, that's due to the focus on link cards. That's why I really like playing him. I liked playing him too. Like Volcanus I found to be really fun, but like he's still just I'm gonna just Digivolve and attack and deal lots of damage and hope my opponent can't respond, and if they do, I'll just slam down another Volcanus. Like it's just very repetitive, I guess. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like yeah, I'm probably doing a really bad job at explaining it. Um You know what we don't complain about often enough anymore? We never see Royal Knights anymore. Why? It's because the game's gotten too fast that clock-based decks are bad. Yes. That is exactly why you don't see like so clock-based decks are supposed to be exactly that. Decks on a timer. The timer is set based on the power level of the deck. So the current version of Royal Knights was what? 4 or 5 turn timer usually. And the fact that the game is just so hyper aggressive that they just can't keep up because their level 6s are not good enough. Like their level 6s basically don't do anything in the game anymore, which is pretty bad. Like that's so sad to see. Like so just like as an example, I can play Rebootmon, and if I see a Royal Knights player, that's basically a free win because their cards will not be able to do anything to my reboot. And meanwhile, I'm chunking what 4 security a turn, so they can't even recover fast enough or block fast or hard enough to be able to do anything. So it's just like you get those like new age decks that are just like this is where the speed metric is. Um and it just like blows clock decks out of the water. Um Digimon is selling out to become Yu-Gi-Oh 2.0 at this point, yeah. Like cuz like as an example, it's just like if if we were to take something if we were to take like the free evolution aspect of where a lot of rookies are right now, at least for Time Stranger. Like if we were to power creep this card, what does it actually look like power crept? That's the scary realization that we're about to witness in a year or so is like how do they power creep this? Because they have to. Because just evoing for one less, like this is now no longer good enough. This legitimately is no longer good enough. We have to have free evolutions. So going forward with whatever archetype they're going to be doing next has to have free evolutions on par with this. So part of like the reason why I even brought this up is just like, okay, well, what does that actually look like? So it's what? Start of main, Evo for free, And then what? Its inheritable would be like gain a memory for if you evoed. So that way you evo for free and +1, just like the Patamon from BT14. Except now we need to power creep that even more. So it would be like when moving, search the top 3, start of main, Digivolve for free, inheritable, do something else. So like is that where the game is currently headed with what they could possibly do next to power creep this, or are they just going to keep doing this with different conditions? So it's just like, okay, are we going to have start of Evo Digivolve for free if the opponent has one or more cards in their hand? Like is that what they're going to do next, so that way they don't have to like power creep this but still have the same type of ability? But even then, once they run out of stuff where it's just like Evo for free if the opponent has a card in their trash, Evo for free if the opponent has a card in their security, Evo for free if you have a card in your security. Like I don't know. But like now everything is just gonna start Evoing for free when it comes to the level 3s. Like is that where we're currently looking at? So I don't know. Like I was gonna make a joke of like the most ungodly powerful rookie ever. So like if I had to do that, let's just space this out. We would probably keep it at 3K. It probably would have start of main, Evo for free. Um on play. Oops. When moving. I at this point I would just literally have a draw 3. Like draw 3. And then it probably needs an additional ability on top of this. So I don't exactly know what that would be, but this already covers like a lot of like insane bullshit. I guess like if Digivolved as part of the start of main, it would be like if Digi by effects gain 1 memory, something like that. If you use this effect, something like that. If this effect was used to Digi. Yeah, like is this just by default not the dumbest thing you've ever seen? Like that this is almost a reality. Like it literally is almost a reality. Give it a couple more sets and then this is the reality that we're going to be living in. Where's the carrots? Not carrots. There we go. Like, we don't need to search anymore. Just draw us 3 cards. Easy. In my locals, puppets didn't fall off, but people stopped playing it because A, they wanted to play the new and shiny, and B, everyone predicts that the egg is gonna get banned. The egg should get banned. The egg 100% should get banned. Ghoulmon is so strong for Abdomon, but man, the deck takes so long to get its boss monster. Yes. Ghoulmon was definitely very good for Abdomon, but the reason why Abdomon's not good is because he takes too long. Power creep, it will get free Evo in raising if you have raising protection. I could see that. The power creep will be dropping level 6s for 4 instead of 7. I could also we're almost there. Like we're legitimately almost there. Um this hard plays for 6. So we're getting there. Like it's just taking a little bit of time, but we'll eventually get to hard dropping level 6s for 4 or 3. Like cuz honestly that's what broke APOC was we were getting a level 7 that costed 3. And APOC basically had precursor to assembly. So like you could kind of see just from like from their bans and restrictions, like they're still making the same design mistakes. And I think that's like what's partially bothering me is like I also feel like Bandai's not learning. There we go. Yeah, these explanations were 100% money based. I think unfortunately these cards have to stay banned. There's never a world where they can be unbanned. So, with the current power isms of the game, so like this is where I don't think Bandai, I don't know, it's so hard to read like when Bandai takes something off because like this is a money move to try to sell people on Mirage. Because this card is unbanned, like any card that allows you to have a high damage output should now just be unbanned. So like Growlmon should be unbanned as a result. Probably Garudamon could be unbanned as a result. Um, what else gets you stupid high damage output? Fenry can probably be unbanned as a result. Wereguru could probably be unbanned as a result. So like there's already a good handful of cards based on this card being unlimited. Why we can't have those cards back? Because it's like in prior formats where this card was frequently used, it enabled Mirage to have both fast Digivolution and offensive power. So now if they're saying that this card is too slow, we also too slow and too weak. Correction, too slow and too weak. That opens the door for so many other things to be unbanned. This is a completely different reason. So like if we also like take the speed into consideration, it's just like, okay, so we could probably have back like a lot of cards. Like Greymon can probably come back at this point. Blossomon and Argamon can probably come back. Fuck, might as well just get Shout 4 back as well. Dorogray can come back. Greymon X can come back. I think Imp has to stay limited. That card was kind of dumb. These can come back. So like they're being really fucking weird on how they're handling their ban and restriction list at this point. Because literally they're saying that this card was just played too long, play something else. When I don't necessarily think this card is that much more powerful than this card. Because if you read the abilities, it's just like, okay, when attacking, unsuspend. Well, here's a when attacking, unsuspend. You use its main ability to be able to digivolve and gain a memory. Well, that's what this card was doing. So like power level wise, like obviously this is a little bit higher, but like they're very comparable on the same wavelength in terms of like where their power level actually is. This literally just says play something else. You've played this for too long. We need you to spend money on other cards. And that's literally like the same reason that they gave here. This was because of unintended synergies. So this was like actually a design mistake. Well, I guess technically at the time, this wasn't the design mistake. They made something that was a design mistake. So they have to hit this card to cover their ass that they don't want to admit that they made a design mistake. This is them covering their ass also on a design mistake. And then this was just to hit the popular deck. So like these bans are like very outside of their norm compared to some of their past, because like I've read some of their past ones. I think I have like almost all of them like documented at this point. I really disagree with your opinion, and most players do. Not liking the current power level is a thing, but saying it's bad design is debatable. No, I'm pretty sure when something is really poorly designed, it's just straight up poorly designed. Purple was only used in regardless of archetype. Bandai doesn't like when one card gets spring as a staple. They make their own staples. So like you're half right. Like this card being a staple in purple decks was because Bandai didn't want it to be a staple in purple decks because they can't sell you more on this card. Like that's their big thing is like, oh, when Levia is almost unchanged for 3 whole years because they've been using this card and other purple decks have also been using this card, like that's a problem. But like you want to know what also has been a card that has been a card purple decks have been using for 3 years also? Trainings. Why didn't they hit the training cards? Oh, that's right, because Bandai's the one who decided that should be a staple. Right, got it. So Bandai wants to sell us more training cards that they now are power creeping instead of the community just using Cerberus forever. Right, right. No, but shit design is shit design is shit design. Like it doesn't particularly matter. Like I don't think there's anything like super egregious with this type of a card. It's just the context in which they made the context in which was around the card was the problem. And now they're saying that the game is too fast, that this is no longer a problem. But in the meantime, this card is a problem just because we used it too long. Yeah, like the real problem came from down here. Literally this line of text down here. That's the real problem. And you want to know where this text is also found? It's found on Goblimon from BT14, the set right before it. And you want to know what was the issue with this card? It was that line of text right down here. Like, gain 1 memory. Do something that you were already going to do, gain 1 memory. That was the design problem. On why we were never able to move past these cards is because nothing that they printed ever power crept that. Well, I guess until now. Like, literally until now. And even then, the fact that this is an X antibody is also part of the issue. Like, more specifically. But it is the causality of do something you were already going to do, just gain a free memory. That was the issue that Bandai does not want to admit to. That's the shit design, where it's just like they were designed to be played in tandem with each other, obviously. Discard a card for evoing, then gain a memory. Yeah, sounds good. Um, but their reasoning is just because we've been playing them too long. But that's the main reason, is because like that type of a thing, and that's why this card was hit in the first place. It was because, oh, I get to do the thing, and then I get to gain a memory for doing the thing I was already going to do. Is Bandai going to admit to that? Obviously not. They literally are not admitting to that as the problem at all. They're just saying, like, oh, so many good purple decks discard cards. Therefore, these are the best cards to discard with. Therefore, they need to go. That's what they're admitting to. They're not admitting to why this would be they're not admitting to why we use the card. They're like half admitting to it. And that's part of like my issue with their last ban and restriction update. So it's just like at this point, with how powerful the game is, the majority of these cards can come off. Like Royal Knights of the Purge can come off. Royal Knights is basically dead. So there's no reason to have this card on the list anymore for a dead deck. Garuda probably could come off. Growl could probably come off. Heck, even Sakuya could probably come off. I think this has to stay on, but this can come off. This can come off. This can come off. This can come off. I think, unfortunately, as much as I want Mirage to stay, to come off, he has to stay. This could come off. I think these have to stay. This could probably come off. Well, maybe this actually has to stay just because of options, right? When you use an option card, yeah, so this probably has to stay, unfortunately. This could probably come. Well, no, this probably has to stay because deleting yourself playing out a level 6 Digimon is kind of stupid off of a level 4, or I guess technically 5. This could probably come off. This could probably come off. This can come off. This can come off. This can come off. This can come off. I honestly think Grand Kawagamon can come off. That has to stay. That has to stay. This can probably come off. This can come off. This can come off. This can come off. This definitely can come off. Unless like they give us more ability to use options for free, which they might, then this has to stay. This has to stay. This has to stay. Hidden Potential should just be banned. Also the hindsight of Mallow seems laughable. Yeah. At least to being honest and saying you don't like the way the combo took too long and not the power level restriction. Yeah, they're just hiding. So, like, part of the big reason on why I said what I said earlier is because, like, again, Wizards owns up to their mistakes and acknowledges and says their mistakes. Bandai is very clearly hiding their mistakes. They're not being honest. Yeah, well, designing, training, and memory boost are designed to be staples. Cerberus and Dober intends for some decks, not all decks. See Medusa. It has a line that enables itself, just like Cerberus and Dober, but only works with Medusa, not all red decks. I don't still agree with that. Like, this is a community made like staple status, not a Bandai made staple status. That's why they got rid of it. Like, at this point, honestly, until we get Time Stranger, Cerberus, and Dober, this card really didn't even need to be hit at all. The game is just too slow for it. Like, if the game is already too slow for Medusa, the game is too slow for this. Like, that's the levels of fucked up that we're talking about in terms of overall card design and like game design. Like, we're reaching a future where literally this is probably just going to look like a normal card. Like that's a future we are heading down. Maybe this is a little excessive, but like at this point we draw through our deck anyway in 2 turns, so like who cares about a draw 3? Like our searchers are most of the time grabbing us 2 cards anyway. So like I could even just change this to just a draw 2. There. Out of the top 3, guaranteed 2 versus draw 2. Like whatever, same thing. I could even put discard draw 2. Just to make it look more fair. Like, we're not very far off from here. Like, this bottom half is literally Patamon, as is, already. Like, we're just gonna get into a future where, right now, the rookies are just gonna unapologetically Evo for free. Like, that's the future that we are heading, because unless they do something about all the Time Stranger ones, they have to make everything on that par, like, on that level. I'd argue Medusa stuff is only because they search Medusa things. But they're rather generic red inherits of just gain 1 memory for hitting security. Yeah. No, that's Galmon's entirely correct there. So, like, as an example, where's the database? Nope, wrong tab. There we go. So, like, this works with Owen. This is just Liberator. You get to play 1 Liberator card with 4 play costs from your hand or trash. Yeah, nothing about this inherit says that it specifically has to be with Medusa. It's just obviously Medusa's rewarding you because it's both Reptile and Liberator. Lamia is specifically asking for those specific pieces, so this is a little bit more like closed, but um like this is a generic card. Like when it's just a generic protection plus generic memory gain. So like if I were to say build a good old Dorbrickmon, pair it up with some of the Owen cards, because the Dorbrickmon just works with what, Dragonkins? Like it works with Dragon in its trait. Like Dragon, Soar, or Ceratopsian. So this works with all of our Dragonkins. So I could potentially build a Dorbrickmon to just use the Medusa low end stuff to search out Dragonkins. Like search out reptiles and Dragonkins and just use that. So like I don't even have to go into the level 5 specifically. I literally could just use these to just search for them. Because this will add a reptile or Dragonkin. And then the other card is a Liberator. So instead of taking 2 cards, this takes 1 card. Sometimes it'll take 2. Yeah, it's not something I could throw under Dorbrick, but if I could just like draw enough cards, because this is just a discard 1, draw 2. And then the inheritable is generic. Like it's all about context. You miss rocks? Uh Rocks is very difficult. Like, Rocks is arguably in a worse spot than Medusa just because they have not good removal options. Their best thing that they can do is like maybe snipe tamers and try to deal as much damage as possible. Uh, the way that they currently are operating, you're almost like forced to use Icemon a little bit more just because you have to be more defensive. BT21 Agumon is intended to work with Medusa and reptiles was funny. Um, because finally Omnimon got a way to regain rookies instead of the only other level 6. Oh yeah. That is what, BT21 Agu? Um Not that Agu. Here's 14. Here's 17. Yeah, here's BT21. Nowhere in this card does it say Liberator. It's just reptiles and dragonkins. Which, funny enough, Gabumon is a reptile. So, yeah, like, I understand where people are coming from. Like, honestly, where there I'm having a hard time putting this into words. Like, people are obviously allowed to like what they like. And I'm just here venting because I just really want to vent. And I'm just having a hard time coming to terms with the dramatic power shifts in the game and being incredibly frustrated that I am monetarily locked out of the game because Bandai decided to make things more expensive than they needed to be. And like, yes, you could say, "Oh, but the economic climate," it's just like, no, that's such, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They just decided to make the game more expensive for no real reason. Like, I mean, packs going up is like fine and whatever, but like scarcity of specific cards and how they designed their product, that's more so what I'm talking about. They made their product way less user friendly. And like the secondary market also was just reacting in incredibly stupid ways. And yeah, like it's not necessarily so much part of it is Bandai's fault because of how they designed the product, but the game is just less accessible. So obviously I picked the most accessible thing out of the less accessible options, and it turned out that was the wrong thing. Oops, my bad. Okay, but if gain 1 was the problem, then all of this started with Digimon and BT13. The set you stated has the best design set. Um, Technically, the first time we saw that was before BT11. Or not BT11. When we really started to see that was actually EX4. Yeah, EX4 is when we started seeing that. But again, the thing that's the difference is the context. So, back then, like back in EX4, it was literally 2 cards. 2 cards. You had Gaomon, which had the inherit of gaining a memory. And then you also had the level 4 the Gaogumon. And then going back to the Agumons, the only other thing that had like just arbitrary gain free memory for doing the thing you were already doing, the only other card back then was a Rise Greymon. Where is it? Here we go. If you have a Red Tamer, gain 1. Which means you would have already needed to set up a rookie to play like this. This required more setup back then than what it does now. So like with the speed increase, that's what makes like a card like this arguably a little bit better, because now we have easier ways to be able to set up our tamers to be able to trigger this type of ability. Just like with the Gaomon, there was not many ways to bounce Digimon, and if you actually look at the design of Mirage back then, he was hitting things that were one level lower than him. So if the opponent, well, I mean, this card was incredibly strong because if he didn't hit something, then a security goes to hand. But the idea was like back then, back in this time era, the removal was for one level lower. So your average level 6 Digimon was not dealing with another level 6 Digimon. It was dealing with a level 5 Digimon. That was the big power context. So like if we look at BT13 just as an example, and we look at all of the like level 6 Digimon, you will see that the majority of them were not dealing with level 6 Digimon. Like in terms of their removal. So in a normal context, this probably was not removing a level 6 Digimon. This was not even removing any Digimon. This was one of the few things that actually was dealing with level 6 Digimon. Delete all of your opponents level 5 or lower. See, right there. Level 5 or lower. So a rage mode that was on the field was not ordinarily dealing with another level 6 Digimon. What if we go SRs? There we go. What were our SRs? So that's like the big context is the fact that like the majority, like even this is just minus 7,000, which guess what? Takes care of most level 5 Digimon. Was this even removing a Digimon? No. So you have to like look at a little bit outside of like what you would normally think. So even if I open this up to rares, like we could see that the majority of these Digimon weren't dealing with other Digimon. So like even this, minus 6. So you combine this with Marcus, minus 9. Is ideally with the other inheritables, he might be dealing with a mega, but that's why he was minus 6, is because he himself is not trying to deal with other megas. This is just stunning. So this was like arguably like a little bit of an outlier. But like even if we go to what, BT 12? There we go. And we look at the high level Digimon, like this is not even deleting a Digimon. this is one of the few things where it has raid plus the plus 3k. So this is the shine is -3 per tamer. So back then it was a lot more difficult to set up a whole bunch of tamers. So you would need like what? 3 tamers to -9, which is still not strong enough to deal with megas. Galamon was arguably one of the only things back then that kind of was dealing with level 6 Digimon instantly. I think this was also one of the few things. This suspends all of them. Then by returning a dragon mode, return all of the opponents suspended. So this is like, I mean, this was already a pseudo 7. So like we started to see level 6s deal with other level 6s, but like ordinarily they just didn't back then. Like that's what made this card so strong, is because like it was actually one of the few ways you had a level 6 to deal with another level 6. Like honestly, that's the main reason why this was even good to begin with, is because it just, you could get into a level 6 quickly and easily, and it dealt with the opponent's level 6. I think the issue is that generic archetypes that need all the same secrets and SRs to work out. Time Strangers, for example, everyone needs Homeros and or Dan and Cannons. Yeah, and then they also need Agios on top of that. 3 Tamers plus 5 cards Marcus, that also gives you another. Yeah, but like, it required a lot of work to remove a level 6 Digimon back in the day, which is why they didn't have a lot of protection on level 6 Digimon, was because they were harder to remove just by default. That's why like Machine Dramon was just so obnoxious, is because already dealing with a level 6 Digimon was hard enough, but now you had a whole bunch of like immunities on top of that, is like, ugh, so ungodly good. That's why we relied a lot on level 7 Digimon back in those days, is because, well, we need something to out the opponent's level 6. What could do that? Either big removal options or level 7 Digimon. Unless you're like one of the few level 6s that can actually do that. Yeah, because back in the day, we had to use not partition Pyildramon or Imperial. Like, God, imagine that. And then we also didn't have protoform until EX5. So using X antibodies actually, for the most part, still had a cost associated to them. That's why like Imperial, like, or All Force was like really good back then, was because he also was like one of the few things that could actually answer the opponent's level 6s. Like, so again, context matters. Context matters a lot in terms of how the game shifted and how much more powerful things got for like arbitrarily no reason. You're waiting for Dan and Cannon after the LM set. The problem is the LM set comes out so late that by the time that comes out, Time Strangers might already start to be on its way out. That's my big issue. So it's just like, it's really off-putting when they do that type of stuff. Shangrimon always seems to be able to deal with level 6. All Force, while not designed for Royal Knights, it can't deal. Yeah. Well, so All Force more specifically back then was dealing with level 6s because you had the good All Force. Um, that's like arguably the only thing that can let All Force OTK at this point. Yeah, because you had this guy. And you had to have enough tamers in order for him to deal with a level 6. Mirage sucks, and I still have the old Mirage restricted. and have the new support deliberately trash. Yeah. Uh, Padnamic? What is that word? Uh, oh, the pandemic. Don't you think you're being a little, pedantic? I'm going through some stuff, okay? In my defense, I'm going through some stuff. Like, that's why that phone call was, like, really important earlier. I'm just seeing if there's, like, any, like, messages that I should be reading that I didn't read and I missed. Kind of in the same boat, as much as people want to jump to Riftbound or to Gundam or even through the hurdles of buying Vanguard, you love Digimon very much. But I don't know how much you'll be able to stand. Yeah. No, it's a very common sentiment that not many people want to admit to. Because the second you do, you make yourself vulnerable and people will attack vulnerability, which is like awful. But I'm at a point where I just don't give a shit anymore. And like I can't really hide my feelings. Like I've always been really bad at hiding my feelings, but I can't really hide them much longer. I hope the power creeper restrictions or I hope it get or God, I cannot read today. I hope it gets power crept or restricted for fast killing without counterplay. Hard control with Diana, Venus, and Poseidon, and hard killing with Vulcanus, and Beelstar and other things. Yeah. No, I think so. Dan and Cannon, to me, is one of the antitheses of bad card design. Like, very much so. I think that card is incredibly awful in terms of overall card design. That is a card I would never have wanted to see ever get made, period. Because that's the type of card that just it forces power creep. It literally is power creep and it forces power creep. Because this card is just extra free attacks and extra free options. Like it's so dumb. It's legitimately dumb. And then like you get shit like this where it's just like free evos here, followed by consistency tools here. Actually, even this can be better at this point. What was it? Elecmon? Yeah, I'm not even running the option. Maybe that's a mistake. Yeah, maybe I have to clean some of this up. Like, with modern gameisms, I probably have to clean some of this up. What's Maruki's option? Central Town? This card's so garbage, though. Oh, but Maruki just gives everything rush anyway, so it literally doesn't matter which one of these I use. So, is there a better one of these? No, I really do appreciate you, Empire. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for stopping by. That said, anything or that that's sad, and any one thing is the only way they can fix the game is rotation. Rotation won't even fix it, because like if literally all of the problems are coming from the things they are currently printing, there's not many things that rotation would actually solve. So like if you look at this meta just as an example, the only things that are topping are literally the newest shit. So like if the newest shit is the problem, then that's the pseudo rotation in of itself, where it's just like the power creep itself of the new cards pushes everything that was good out of the meta. So rotation really wouldn't fix things if that's the consistent trend, which unfortunately is very much the consistent trend. I have what, 12 rookies? I could probably go down a Cyclone. Yeah, Cyclone's mostly for Sylphie. Maybe I don't need these as much as I think I do. So, we're just trying to go full bullshit here. So, we would want what? Ideally, blue-yellow. Based on our colors. Blue-yellow plays almost everything. We don't care about the alliance, because we just care about Dan and Cannon playing a Digimon out and then using the fact that we have Maruki on our field to rush for game. Sylph. I hate the fact that this has raid. Like, I love the fact that it just enables us to, like, go into Sylphie easier, but I hate the fact that it has raid. Because the reason why we're using Garuru is for damage. Because it has jamming built in. Two of your Digimon. Suspend one of the opponents. Yeah, because it's literally doing the exact same role as Garurumon. It's just the Garurumon jamming. So if we don't have jamming here, we need to have jamming here, and we need to maybe have, like, barrier or something. There's not a lot of level 3s that give barrier, unfortunately. Instead of this, I could run Elecmon. But Tapir already finds us like everything anyway. To be honest, you don't need 6 Warpers? Probably don't. I think I just do 2 Alex, because Alec is what, Iliad and Time Stranger? Yeah. Because we just need to try to find Maruki. And then... I could probably get rid of... maybe an Agio or something? Because Sylphie... yeah, we can't get rid of these, so it probably would be an Agio. For, like, 2 Iron Slashes to try to deal with problems. This already gives me Piercing. It's just for the D-Digivolve. The Collision could actually screw us up a little bit, but I think that's fine. Whatever, we're just gonna do bullshit go. To be honest, I think Slap Control is stronger and more egregious than Maruki. But the games you lose to Sylphie start will always stay. Yeah, that's a general psychology thing. Aquila is good for start of turn Sylphie shenanigans. Yeah. I might have to do Aquila over Cyclone. Is this a keepable hand? Probably not. And we got Haruko to start. Yeah, that's just general psychology. Alright, how many subscribers did I lose for ranting for a couple of hours? One? I'll take it. Yeah, my opponent's not going to be able to kill me fast enough. So, now I just need to set up the Danon Cannon and then see 1 additional level 4 Digimon and I'm good to go. You're still here, not dead yet. I appreciate it, Gaomon. I really do. Anyone who sticks with me, I generally always appreciate you guys. I like Aquila for the DNA. Yeah, because it also can pair with Agio. That's true. Oh, wrong level 4. Alright, so ideally my opponent can't kill me from here. They could go to 2, pay 1, then pay another one. If they use the option, then obviously they would have to pay more memory. So Evo for 1, then Evo for 1 on swing. Use option. Yeah, I don't think it's particularly. No, it is possible for them. Because if they play out an additional body, then they could chunk 3 security if they have a Tratus. So they can win in this position. So we were just slower at OTKing. Is kind of where we're looking at. Yeah, we were just slower at OTKing. So we need something like Iron Slash to come out of our security. Either that or maybe I could have last turn gone into Sylphie. You found a place you can't get rid of me that easily? Oh, yeah. Ukomon's in here? Crazy. Yeah, so now he swings Alliances, Digivolves. Hits 3 security. And then unsuspends, hits 2 more security, swings for game. I mean, I'm playing an OTK deck too. He just has his OTK 1 turn before I do. So that's why we have the Iron Slash and some other stuff. So maybe something out of our security could save us. Oh, okay. Yeah, he just had his OTK 1 turn before I did. That's basically all I was there. I probably should have moved, and I might have been able to do an OTK, but I was literally just 1 turn too slow. Because I had to do setup, 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 and then I was dead. Yeah, even Iron Slash. I mean, this is probably an easy matchup. You miss control decks? I mean, there is, control here. Yeah, they're gonna take way too long. What do I have in my trash? Just the Elecmon? Not particularly good. Maybe I should have just set up the Danon Cannon, because now I'm moving too slow. But I'm kind of just hoping that they give me a piece out of my security. Yeah, I think I do have to get rid of Cyclone for the Aquila if I am just going full on Gus. You have to go now too? Close to midnight in the EU. Hope I have a good night. Yeah, no, thank you for stopping by. It really does mean a lot to me. Yeah, like, I'm just probably playing a bad OTK deck. Maybe I just need to build Glowing Dawn to be, like, super hyper OTK degenerate. Oh, I'm fucking this up. Shit. I meant to do the Asuna first. Yeah, I already fucked this up. That's fine. Now we just digivolve into here, unsuspend, do 2 checks, and then swing for game. Oh, no, we can't. Because this has to attack a Digimon. Okay, we just fucked this up. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I had the kill and I just chose to fuck it up. Yeah, but I had lethal. Like, if I'd done things correctly, I had lethal. Two Marukis is not exactly what we want to see here. Yeah, because what I should have done was I should have Asuna'd the Cyber out, then played the Sylphie, and then Sylphie would chunk 4. Ooh, we're very far off. Yeah, we are very far off from a winning position. What the heck? Come on. I mean, I guess if they don't kill us, our asanas could potentially kill them on the back. I mean, if there's no point on wasting time, Nikos, there's literally no point on wasting time. Like, am I wrong about that? Like, if they're just gonna see the you win screen anyway, wouldn't you rather see it faster? So that way I could get out and just play into the next game quicker? Like, why do I have to wait for my opponent to finish their bullshit? Okay, so they're gonna do more setup. Unfortunately, I have to do more setup too. Does this allow me to play from my trash? Oh. Gross. So they might not be able to kill me from here. That's the hope. Yeah, Abyss Sanctuary plus Garurumon. I already have the Asanas. So that way I could bring out at least the Gatomon and whatever else is in my security. Yeah, that's a lot of memory for them to work with, and they have pretty much all their cards set up that they need to. But on the bright side, we might be able to kill them next turn. Depending on what my opponent does. If they don't kill us. So we're looking at, this is their last turn, because we should have everything set up in order to kill them. As long as we don't screw up like last time. Actually, it's in my opponent's best interest to probably just do nothing. Nope, I guess they just can't help themselves. They probably know that I'm gonna kill them next turn. Yeah, this card's such bullshit. Alright, so he can't get that unsuspend. Yeah, I think my opponent just loses here, right? No Fire Rocket, no extra evolution. He does unsuspend. I might be able to suspend. Oh no, he would be able to get around it. So we could die here. We actually could. I'm confused. I guess they don't have it. Because they don't have gain memory here, do they? No. Yeah, but they already used an end of turn attack, so unless this has a on play then attack, I don't think this does anything. Yeah, because you can't use that. Because they already used that. So, unfortunately for me, I didn't get another level 5 out. So, I can't do full Unga Bunga. But yeah, they know what's coming. Weird that they gave Taiki and Omnishout the same anti-synergy. I mean, the idea is, like, Taiki end of turn enables an attack, but he didn't have a then this Digimon could attack, because he can't use two Taikis unless he rebought turn, which the deck does not have the ability to do. I think we have to mulligan for a better start. This is probably a better start. Kaiki is when a Cross Hearts is played. I thought it's just end of attack or end of turn make an attack. But interesting. I guess maybe they missequenced. Yeah, they could have just missequenced. After suffering on public transport, you're finally home? Glad that you're safe, Gabriel. It's very important to be safe. Did I miss a lot? Just some more rambling, and then I finally decided to start playing. So, really not much of anything. That's not good. We'll set up the Haruko. I need both of these, that's the problem, but I also need the Guru. No, but I need the Tamer more. I mean, it's a good thing his deck is pretty bad. Also, it's a good thing I have Iron Slash. There's the Guru. One more memory would have been really nice. That's kind of bad. Well, if I can get the Asuna out, or if an Asuna comes out of security, then we're kind of in business. But he's still gonna be paying for shit, right? Yeah, it's just reduced 1. He's still paying for shit. So, at max power, he's just... yeah. I don't quite understand what the goal of this was. And then he's using the bad one. So all of his Digimon are gonna get deleted. Um... I'm still missing a lot. That's my issue. So if I use Haruko, play out Gatomon, I don't have the Sylphie. So we're gonna have to do this alternative means. Use you to try to search out. Not exactly what I was hoping for. So I really need to try to find a Sylphie here. Oh, that's an Agio. Of course, now I see it. Yeah, but I shouldn't be in too scary of a position. He doesn't have Rush or anything, and my Sanctuary plus Garurumon's gonna take away his attack. Oh, that's kind of an issue. So now I just have to see another Marukimon. There should be 2 more in my deck. Well, okay then. Gonna grab a 4 back? It looks like he's just missing that. Yeah. Can I fight through 2 of these? Maybe. I guess it depends on what I draw. Because I basically have to go Sylphie into maybe Iron Slash? No, Iron Slash would screw me up. I mean, that turns the Asuna off. Oh, this has reboot and blocker. So, do I just grab Gato? No. It's gonna have to be Guru. Aquila's a draw. So, what's this immune to Digimon effects? Oh, shit. Wrong colors. This has to be yellow, so I needed to do Agio. Yeah, I'm not paying attention enough. I just don't think this is there. Like, it just feels too slow. Like, for an OTK deck, it just feels too slow. I'll give it one more game. Oh, we're definitely not outspeeding this. Yeah, we're definitely not outspeeding it. So, on a scale of 1 to dead, how dead are we? Cool. At least they have to pay for that one, but it's only 1 to pay. And now they just rig everything? Oh, that's the bad Shaka. I don't know if the blocker was really good here, because he's just going to DNA. I mean, I guess it saved me 1 damage, so that could be relevant. I need tamers to come out of my security, please. Oh, the Black War finish. Trying to go for that Black War. At least they're burning their own security, so it's just making it easier on me. Oh. Well, I guess the Maruki burn's probably fine. It's this attack that's gonna be the big thing. Nope. So now they should be done. Pass me to 5. Oh, the Gato's stupid. Fuck. Yeah, I don't think I could win here because they passed me to 5. Yeah, the Gato is legitimately terrible play. Like, good on them, bad on me. Yeah. This is just too slow, and every Time Stranger deck can play around it. I think that's the big problem, is like, just every Time Stranger deck can play around it. But it can't play around every Time Stranger deck. Is there a way to go heavier into an OTK with this? Probably not. Yeah. I think Maruki OTK is basically done. There is too many Time Stranger decks came out to where he's just not good enough anymore. Shaka just does the same thing, just better. Like, if you're playing Maruki, you might as well just be playing Shaka. I tried making Glowing Dawn OTK, but it's inconsistent. You just need to find a way to get one body to stick, or like OTK from 4. Yeah, you just need literally like one body to stick. Okay, I just need a Diaboromon, please. Another Tamer would also be nice. Another level 4 would also be nice. One that doesn't set up the Tamer. Because I could crack this, set up the Tamer. Digivolve here. Craft. Interesting. Okay, that's good. Okay, so it is reboot. So this guarantees me my memory next turn. I don't need to set up another defense training. I have almost everything but a Diaboromon. Oh, he's just hard digivolving into this. I mean, I guess I can't do anything about it, so that's the big issue. That locks me out of a token. That's pretty big. So Tamer's out of security would be great. And then top deck a Diaboromon. Oh, he fucked up. So I have to go for it here. Okay, cool. We got one. Yeah, he fucked up. He knew he fucked up. Aspen Spanish, a Diaboromon player? I just like playing hyper-degenerate OTK decks. It's my favorite way to play Digimon because it's the only way that actually feels good. Because I don't need to worry too much about what bullshit my opponent is doing. I just play cards and say go. Oh, is this Angels again? No, this is very clearly Jupiter. Does this have an on play? No, it's just a Windigi. I like all of these. I really like all of them. Probably should have considered attacking there. But I'm kind of just like waiting for extra level 4s. Yeah, there's the Jupiter that I knew was gonna be coming. So, are we just like dead here? Hopefully he gives me some good stuff out of my security. Doesn't memory choke me. Probably this. So he kills my Digimon for it to come back. That kills 2 things. And then Jupiter kills the last one. Jupiter, what? Evo's for 1 here? So that's pretty bad for me. Because I need at least 2 memory. So if he was smart, he wouldn't attack with this. He just kills this, and then this isn't a threat. Blinding Ray. Okay. I guess he's gonna try to full send it. So, hard play Tamer? No. Okay, that's what I needed. What, get into a second Jupiter here? Venus? Oh, that's the one that turns... Oh, fuck. Yep. Of course, they would play a fucking floodgate. Yeah, because I can't even get into this for free. Yeah, the Venus locked me out of the game. Yeah, one memory off from being able to alliance with this, but the Venus basically locked me out of the game. Like, this is where just when Digivolve being able to attack is, like, just why everything modern has it. Yeah, unplayable. Literally unplayable. They just had the fucking Venus that just locks you out of the game. Hey, Nacrius. This is not a good hand. Would have rather had that one. Oh, they're in the same position that I'm in, where their hand is just dog shit also. I literally don't have any plays. Holy shit. Yeah, this sucks. I just don't have any plays. Holy fuck. Card I needed came too late. Yeah, even this is just bad. Like, all of the old OTK decks are just, like, dead. This is a pretty bad hand. I need to top deck something good. Alright, top deck something good. Nope. These are just getting really inconsistent. Like, I mean, granted, this is probably one of the more consistent OTK decks. Is Puppets bad? My local Puppets player beats me. Could be a skill issue. No, Puppets is, Puppets is in an awkward spot because it just is gonna have a hard time keeping up with the game. It's a strong deck. Like, Puppets is a strong deck, it's just falling out of the meta, so if you're not, like, actually playing one of the meta decks, then, you could just very easily lose to Puppets. That's kind of, like, Puppets' whole gimmick, is, like, they're probably just, like, better than most of the other decks in the game, but, like, objectively thinking about it, Puppets is just aggressively, like, mediocre in the current meta game. And that's because of the major meta shifts. So that's what it's mostly due to. Is just, like, the meta needs players to play in a specific way, and if their deck doesn't play in that specific way, they probably just lose. Unless they just, like, are, turn 2 Angels OTK, then that's the only, like, other viable option. What do I need? Probably more search. More search is always a good thing. Yeah, right now, it's just taking a little bit too long for me to go. Oh, is this a Jimmy deck? I mean, I guess. Yeah, it is a Jimmy deck. I mean, Volcanismon, you are remaining Volcanismon, so you should have the advantage, but you always find yourself a turn behind versus Puppets. They could just be, like, slightly high-rolling you. Like, so the big thing with Puppets is most of the time they can't OTK from 5. That's why they run, like, some ace that allows them to do that. Oh, this has assembly too? Okay, whatever. Oh, I don't have enough memory. Okay, now I do. Never mind. Problem solved. Problem literally fixed itself. Thank you, Orisa, for being a broken-ass card. Yeah. So, I wasn't gonna OTK them from... Actually, I could have. Because I would have Evo'd, put them to 1. I could swing, buy back the turn, swing again, and then swing again. Yeah, so they literally lost. Yeah, they literally just lost because I was able to... I found the 1 card I needed. That's hilarious. Either through double Kaguya with Alliance or Rush Orisa Aragna Ace? Yeah. Usually that's how they win off of 5, but that's usually a lot harder because it requires more pieces and more setup. I do not have a good search. That's especially not good. Maybe I should have just played the Shushu. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, next turn I could use Hinamon to grab back the Kokeshi. And then I should be okay from there. I mean, I just have to make sure to get to 2 memories so that way I can maintain turn and do all my free Evos. Yeah, now this puts him in a slight awkward position. Nope, doesn't. Hey, what's up? Okay. Okay. Alright. No, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Bye. Does he have double attack? Yeah, now here's the awkward part. I still just need... If he still continues to choke me at 1, there's, like, actually nothing I can do. So, the Digimon Emperor is legitimately making it so I can't even play the game. Like, I probably would have to go into a Kaguya defensive turn. So, hopefully in this position, he doesn't have the ability to choke me anymore, and then I could just ungodly win. Yeah, being memory choked out like that sucks. Honestly, if he didn't have that Digimon Emperor, there was no way he was winning. Yeah, that was just, like, really unfortunate. He always just had the ability to choke me. And that's, like, partially one of the big flaws of this deck is, like, if you literally just can't move out, you just lose the game. So, on the bright side, I should be in a winning position from here. So, ideally, I, just see a level 4 Digimon, right? Because I move out, I Evo for 2, go to 1, set up the Mirai, Evo for 3. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something here. Yeah, unfortunate, just 1 turn too late. Evo for 3, I can only gain 1 memory back. Yeah, the double barrier kind of sucks. Maybe I should have just digivolved into Kokeshi and done this play. But I'm already, like, severely breathing down my opponent's throat. Yeah, I think Digimon Emperor is like a really good card. It's just finding a good deck to put them in is like really difficult. Because there's so little deck building opportunity. Um... the part I hate again. Probably take another unique emblem. It's cheaper to use. That kind of sucked. Oopsies. I mean, on the bright side, they're very clearly not ready. Oh, man. How unfortunate. What does this thing do? Just stalls? Is the game just over? Are you excited for Shambhala? Not in the slightest. Hooray. Shambhala's just more money. And that's money for decks that arguably aren't going to be competitive. At least, like, personally. Like, I literally don't have the funds to invest into any more Digimon decks. So, I can't be excited about stuff I'm not going to play. If that makes any sense. Like, I'm sure, I know other people are going to be, like, really hyped and excited, and I'm, like, actually very stoked that, we actually are seeing Shambhala cards, because that's, like, untapped lore, or, like, new lore. But in terms of, like, what I'm looking forward to playing or doing anything with Shambhala, I'm doing literally nothing because I can't afford to. Oh, almost did the wrong one. Sick. Oh, needed to see the 4. Oh, my opponent's playing old Omnimon. Like, Nokia Omnimon. Yeah, they're playing Nokia Omnimon, so this is, like, not even a threat. I just, like, ungodly kill them. They could have their Omnimon, though. Ooh, that's a rough one. So, I'm literally just missing my 4. Yeah, off of all those searches, and, no 4. Oh, they're most likely gonna play another Tamer this turn. I mean, I technically don't need to use the Mirai, because I have the shoe. So I guess depending on what my opponent does, I just use the shoe. Yeah. Do I have to Blinding Ray here? So if I Blinding Ray, I go to 3. So I have to set this up? Yeah, so I think I have to Blinding Ray here. Well, found the 4 a little... The 4 I wanted a little too late. Yeah, they already know what's coming because then I just alliance, 2 checks here, swing, alliance, 2 checks, and then game. So they already knew what was coming. Yeah, I had lethal. Okay, not terrible. Not exactly the start that I want, but not terrible. We have the good Karukuru. We have a search. We have a card. I would have rather had rookie start, so that way I could ship their 1 security instead of trying to, like, YOLO draw into Andromon. Or into High Andromon. I wonder if this emblem dropped in price because nobody's playing puppets. Probably not, because a lot of the puppets players probably just kept their cards instead of selling them. Maybe I drawn to a rookie? Nope. So we take these 2. So we take Sundrill and we take Shu. And then next turn, do I hard play the Shu or do I just like have to accept my fate? Oh, I could hard play the Shu. Oh, that's a mem setter. Fuck. Oh, interesting. So, in this position, we win. If he can't get rid of this Shumon, we kind of just win in this position. Because we chip with the Shu, move this one out, do our thing, and then just win. Ideally, we need to see more low-level Digimon. Ideally. So, I might have to use... No, I can't use this Karakuru. It doesn't evo for free. This one does. I'll probably, after this game, get, like, a game of Glowing Dawn in and kind of just see where we're at. Because I am getting hungry, and I've had a rough day. I hope you have a good one, Gaomon. Need to draw some good cards. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, now I don't get Alliance. That's only a once per turn. Yeah, I already fucked it up because I probably just should have waited. So what's the worst that he can do in this position? Can he kill me in here? So I use this to grab back a level 4? Or do I just, like, Emblem and YOLO? Well, we got 2 level 4s anyway. So we're good. So, unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit of a rough spot. My opponent might be able to kill me. These are just redirects, right? Yeah, all of his protection fell off. And then he overclocks. So I have to kill him this turn. Bad man. Do I have to Blinding Ray? So I have physical training. Physical training will go into Shushu, then Karakuru. Because I don't have another Mirai? Or will I be able to use this Mirai to use you to grab a Mirai from my trash? Oh, Puppet Trait. That won't work. Yeah, so I have to use Shu. Guess we could just discard a Sundrill to add back you. Digivolve here. Use your ability. Delete a token to Digivolve. Then play out. Boom, boom, boom. Nuke that. All right, cool. There we go, puppets! Yay, puppets! Do I have a testing Glowing Dawn? I don't. Alright, we're gonna try something crazy. Oh. This is not a good hand. Holy shit. I guess this matchup's okay for us, in a sense. Okay, at least we drew into more card draw. No, I wanted my Digimon Emperor. I wanted my tech card. Okay, just immerse on me. So, I need to draw level 4 here, and I didn't set up the E-Pulse because... Oh, well, I mean, I guess I get a free E-Pulse anyway, that just doesn't do anything. Still no 4. That's what I initially wanted. Emperor sounds like a fun tech card. It's something I wanted to try. Because, like, I feel like there's so many rookies that just move out of raising that, like, you kind of just have to. So, what's my opponent's move here? Because he's going to be acting everything on post-turn. Because he doesn't have any buyback. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I just needed to find 4s. Could literally care less. Actually, maybe I should take Armor Lizamon out. Reduce the amount of Armor Lizamons I have. And put in more Wolvermons. Thinking about it now. If I'm going to be making that change, because, like, I need this ability here. I desperately need this ability. Is my opponent just dead here? Yeah, I have to do this. Which means I have to do this. We make our Digimon bigger. We use his effects to trash her face down. We swing. Alliance. Digivolve. Do I Digivolve into Habakiri? So if I Digivolve into Habakiri, I recover one, burn one. No, I think the answer is just a Tratus still. But Habakiri seems pretty good too. I guess I have like 2 ways to kill him. We'll just do it the easy way. Oh, this... right. He could block here. I forgot. Yeah, and I don't have piercing because I needed to be memory conservative. So Habakiri probably might have been the answer then. That's fine. Who needs to OTK? OTKing is overrated, right? We just put them in a position where they just can't win. Same difference. Oh, that stuns my Digimon, doesn't it? Yep. Do I even waste my time doing a fight? Oh, I think I do. I guess it's fine. Not what I really intended to do, but I guess it's fine. They shouldn't really have a way to win from here. Yeah, that's the one thing I don't really like about Atratus is, like, he could still be stunned like that. The Atratus protection fell off, and then the opponent's ability still stuck on because of the way that it works. So I just, like, functionally couldn't do anything about it. So I wouldn't be able to suspend him for any protections. Yeah. No rookies. 2 rookies. What are we going up against? Yeah, like, this deck still feels very fair. Like, it's almost too fair still. Medusa. So, Atratus would be good into Medusa. Medusa does raidies, so maybe Cherubmon. So that way he doesn't raid into my Digimon. No, I could just Gecko. Save the chair up in case I see something I want. We need to take the 5. Unfortunate. This is really unfortunate. Because without a tamer, this is not looking good. I mean, I could technically use Murasamemon. If he doesn't get rid of my Cougarmon, then I could just use my own security. Oh, interesting. And then he digivolves. No? No? Now I just use Murasamemon to go into Atratus, burning my own security, right? Because this is just your turn? I have Piercing, so I could swing into here, and then use Atratus's ability to kill this. So I think we just hold, and we literally just oh, well, that sucked. Should have read through that. Cool. Didn't matter. They just didn't have the ability to play. I mean, they had their tamer, so they could have gotten a level 3 back. So, probably Gecko and Raising. so that way I could have Piercing Barrier and then play the Leol. I think it's fine since they confirm future support. I mean, like, that's the initial reason why I invested in it to begin with, was because I knew it was going to get future support, and I really did not like Time Strangers. Because, as previously discussed, Time Strangers feels incredibly boring. Oh, we're just so dead. Yeah, I have to, like, punch the security, like, ASAP. I also have to kill that. That's harder to kill now. What? Why are they using this one? Oh! That's Minerva, not Merva. Are they digivolving into that? Alright, let's just hope we live. That's all we got. So, ideally, this is good for us. I really wish this Gecko was in the raising instead. You get it. You're a fan, personally, of Time Strangers, but Glowing Dawn would have been my second choice for investment. I mean, like, I should have probably just knew Time Strangers was going to be, like, extra uber stupid broken. So, like, I should have invested in them when well, I guess the big problem was Homeros. Like, Homeros was the big thing that was keeping me from investing into anything. And then AGO got expensive too on top of that, and then, like, it just became too expensive for a core that is used in almost every single Time Stranger deck. Oh no, my Tamer! Fucking Venusmon. Yeah, of course they would add that Venusmon. That's fine. Actually, that's, like, probably the best thing I could have hoped for them. We have to do this one. I really wish I had this the ability to take the Murasamemon, but I don't. Ooh, losing 2 Murasamemons? That's pretty rough. Yeah, minus 2k on this? I don't care. My opponent's playing some weird-ass shit. That's why Chirrupmon's in here. Yeah, my opponent's on some weird-ass shit. They are higher than a vacuum. Draw 2 for Digivolving. Seems fair. So, I just need to see a level 6. E-Pulse is pretty okay. Should have Digivolved into this, and then I could have E-Pulsed. So I could E-Pulse the Cherubmon, reduce this by 1. So that would be 2. Then swing, Digivolve for 1 into Monarch Lizard. Cherubmon would grab back the Atratus. And then 2 checks, remove ideally both, so we're just gonna have to try to go for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, then we just chunk both of their security. That Patamon won't have a free Evo. He has 0 security to work with, so we just win the game. Alright, cool. So far, Digimon Emperor has not come up. I want him to, so badly. I guess we could keep this. We could Cherubmon and play out Gecko. Gecko can try to search us for something. And then set up Tomoro next turn. Feels too slow, but we don't have much of a choice. Because specific cards for the deck don't really cost much. It was tough to find the money for Time Strangers, but you took it all, like, getting multiple decks after staples are secured. Yeah. I mean, like, you could transition between the decks, like, but they were just too expensive for me. Like, anyone who got them when they were, like, at their lowest per card is, like, sitting good. But that's not everyone, obviously. The reprint for the Danon Cannon, which is arguably one of the most, if not the most important card, more than the Homeros. They are sitting pretty. Ooh, Wolvermon's a good draw. So, probably take the... Do I take the backup cheer up? Probably not, right? We just take these two. Because I could have took the cheer up and the Tomoro. So, I could get into an early... Habakiri is really bad for this matchup. Like, Habakiri is legitimately a reason not to run in this matchup. Do I E-Pulse the Mem Setter? Or do I E-Pulse the Tomoro? Or do I just Digivolve into Wolver? Yeah, you got him at a good price. Standing Cannon right now isn't a good recommendation. Yeah. Of course, the Atratus. Yeah, if this is the same janky builds that my other, the other person was playing, then I would highly recommend against a lot of things. Oh, they're just literally leaving the tape, like, leaving this open for me to kill. So I move out, go to 2, Digivolve into Wolver. I could literally just go into Habakiri here. Okay, we got the Atratus. That's even better. So... So, I could swing... Digivolve... Then Digivolve... Okay, I think it was the same person. Yeah, Digivolving for 0, and then I could Habakiri. Oh, I wish I had a rookie! No, I didn't have a rookie! I just wanted the rookie. Alright. Now we search for the 5. Only taking one of these is pretty bad, but we're gonna take the Cougar. Really would have liked the E-Pulse. So the reason why I'm taking the Cougar is so I can mix my abilities, so that way I don't just get stuck with, like, double piercing. Oh, this is a pretty tough matchup. This is an incredibly tough matchup because of the Destromon being able to delete my shit. And then he just Digivolves into Destromon and kills both my stuff. Does this delete both of them? Of course it does. Why would it not? Literally, because of this Destro, it's, like, probably just the hardest matchup. So I need to, like, chunk my own security to be able to use my resources properly. Of fucking course. Yeah, Galacti's just, like, a really good anti-meta deck. That's basically his slot. Like, if he gets going, then, it's very hard to deal with. Like, there's plenty of decks that could deal with it, obviously. Like, this deck, unfortunately, is a deck that can't hide its tamers. So, that's, like, the big unfortunate thing for me. I also needed to see, like, this Murasamemon more specifically to be able to deal with their threats. So, like, this, in this position right here isn't unwinnable. Because that's where, like, E-Pulse comes in handy. So, if my opponent just moves slow enough, then I could just, like, easily win. Like, there's a lot of things that I have to do right for this matchup. I have to, like, swarm the field. Then, on top of swarming the field, I have to maintain a powerful enough board state. Abakiri's really good here. So, the big question is, I could swing Evo. So, I could swing, use this effect, Evo here, E-Pulse using his ability. No, that's not gonna work. I probably am going to have to end on an E-Pulse or something. So, Swing, Evo, Evo. We could trash one from under the tamer. Maybe this isn't a Tratus. Save Habakiri. Because both of his Digimon are going to get removed. I won't be able to unsuspend. I don't think that matters. So I could E-Pulse Wolvermon, or maybe it's just hard play Gecko. Or maybe I just E-Pulse out a Gecko instead of a Wolver. Maybe that's the play. What do we need? Probably the spare 5 in this situation. Yeah. So this is pretty okay. As someone who is a complete noob to the game but interested, where do you suggest to start? That's such a loaded question. That's such a loaded question because I spent, like, literally the first, like, couple of hours ranting about the current state of the game. If I had to pick a starting point, probably the Glowing Dawn deck that I'm playing is one of the better starting positions, but that comes with the ginormous caveat that the deck is not easy to play. Oh. Hello? So, if you want something that's easier to play, that's a little bit harder of a question to answer. It's not that the game isn't easy or good. It's just, it's in a very high-powered state. So, it's very difficult, it's just very difficult to, do stuff. Like, or not do stuff. Honestly, do I armor here? Do I just, like, throw down armor and then Monarch? Oh, I can't because I don't have a tamer. Right. So, I could E-Pulse out a tamer. How many redirects does this thing have? thing's not affected. So if I E-pulse this out, this costs me 2. Then this should get me enough DP off of trashing it from here. I think I need to save the E-pulse. Like, the game is just in a slightly higher power state to where it's just complicated to learn sometimes. So, like, not everything is, like, super hyper straightforward. Like, there are some decks that are relatively easier to play. This deck is easy to have access to, but not the easiest to play. So, like, kind of, if you just want to look at something casual, probably just, like, buy an old starter deck or something and work your way up. I wish you are Monarch would make any of your Digimon battle. Yeah, that would be nice. Does this have the unsuspend? So now he just makes this thing ungodly immune? Wait, I'm confused. Yeah, so I just win here, right? Oh, he could use that agnostically? So now I E-Pulse the Armor Lizard. That would be for 3. Then I Monarch. Right? Or do I just, like, not E-Pulse the Armor Lizard? Do I just, like, hard play Armor Lizard and then Monarch? Because I can't de-Digivolve it. Losing that rookie kind of meant a lot, actually. And then maybe pass on Digimon Emperor? Yeah, I think I have to E-Pulse it out. Oh, that's not good. Legitimately not good. I was gonna Digimon Emperor. Then he gets to gain it back. Yeah, I was gonna Digimon Emperor and then lock this out so he can't raise. Yeah, now he just swings with Vemon and I can't do anything. Oh, bitch. Bitch and a half. Why does that have to be so stupid? But yeah, back to a good place for new players to start. I legitimately don't even have an answer to that. Like, out of full honesty, as somebody who's been playing the game for 6 years, like, the easy answer is just to buy a starter deck and just learn from there. But, like, the game is so complicated that, like, even this being a starter deck is something that I really honestly wouldn't recommend to new players. So, like, I guess the question then comes, like, where do new players actually start? And that's one I don't really have an answer for. Like, unfortunately. As much as I would like to have an answer for it, I don't. Like, chat, if anyone has any suggestions as far as, like, where a new person is supposed to start, like, I'm all ears. There's Shine Greymon. Oh, I really wish I could not let this go. Letting this go is, like, honestly terrible. Not what I want. AD01 has a lot of good... no, do not start with AD01. For fuck's sake, no. I never will ever recommend anyone AD01. It's nothing against your suggestion, Supreme Kai. It honestly is not. It is more to do with the fact that I vehemently hate AD01, and I think it did more damage to the game than good to the game. All of the decks that were reprinted needed the new cards to be competitive, or, like, to be anywhere remotely good. So, like, buying a booster box is incredibly volatile, because if you don't hit any of the new cards that are the only things worth money in the entire set, then you're literally just bleeding money for free. Yeah, like, you don't need to buy AD01, the set, as a booster box. Just buy the cheap singles to the cores of those decks, and then just forget about actually using those decks realistically. Like, so the best place, I guess, in that instance would be just buy singles of whatever you feel like. Which you don't necessarily need AD01 to do that. Wouldn't recommend anyone buying any Digimon product. That's probably true, and very fair. Oh my god, this really blows. The fact that I don't have... Oh, and that says fucking blocker. So I go 4? Of course, now I see them. One turn too late. And now he just goes Ruin mode and just wipes my field? Well, I mean, I guess this is resistant to Ruin mode. This is not. Yeah, so maybe raising this was a mistake. But, I mean, I'm just gonna reload another Gecko in here. New players aren't going to be hyper competitive for the start, so it's fine to get cards from a few metas. Yeah. So, like, just spend as little money as humanly possible is, like, literally the answer. Oh, I just lose here. Fuck. I literally just didn't see a level 5 in time. And the deck is full of level 5s. But, like, yeah, the true answer is just to don't actually buy any Digimon product, just buy cheap singles. Like, I know that's particularly not a good answer, because that requires a lot of, like, actual thinking on the other person's part. He was able to Rune Mode swing for GG, both on field. Yeah. No, I was dead because I couldn't see a level 5. So the turn I needed to see a level 5, and the fact that I didn't was, like, the big downfall. Like, and that's why I don't really think this is, like, that great of a deck compared to all of the Time Stranger bullshits, is because, like, the Time Stranger bullshits, it's, like, kind of just easier to see whatever you need to. Like, it seems like because you don't particularly care so much about all of your levels, because you could just, like, hard slam level 6 Digimon go. Or hard slam pretty much any level Digimon and go. So, like, it's just significantly more flexible and easier to use. Do we just add E-Pulse? Yeah, I think we just add E-Pulse to our hand. Throw this under our Tamer. Yeah. I'm eventually gonna have to eat, but, like, I guess just call it, just chalk it up to depression that, like, I just don't feel like eating. Ugh. Not good. Doubly not good. Triply not good. Quadruply not good. Did you know this is a $5 card, by the way? How do I get all my Cougarmons in my hand? Like, legitimately, how do I get all my Cougarmons in my hand? Of course, they get their free Evo. Look at that, chat. Free Evo. Pongo. So I just, like, Final Judgment. Why can't I attack their security? Of course. Immediately dies. Not a good trade at all. Yeah, they threw out that Congo really early. Now they could use 2 options for free. No? Okay. See, like, this is a position where I will not be able to not trigger this ability. Like, and it sucks. It honestly sucks. They'll 100% of the time get that ability unless I'm, like, doing some, like, kooky combo stuff. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, where, like, Time Strangers is just full of bullshit. I was gonna say, if they were smart, they actually would raid into here, forcing me to barrier. If my opponent's security is bad enough, I could just win here. Yeah, unless you're literally playing other like, as a TS deck, it's just so hard to pass over 5. Like, it's, like, legitimately impossible. Does he get an unsuspend? E-Pulse is really good. E-Pulse means I could play back, probably an Armor Lizardmon from Trash. Well, looks like I just lose the game. Cool. Don't you just love fucking Time Strangers decks? They're such bullshit. Yeah. So it's like honestly legitimately stupid. I fucking hate Time Stranger decks so much. Like they're just so unfair. Like legitimately they are just so unfair. We get a green, right? Yeah, and there was literally nothing I could do in that situation. Zero. So, like, why am I even attempting? And it's exactly just that. It's like, what I'm doing is not severe enough in terms of, like, how aggressive my deck is being to really punish my opponent. And that's the unfortunate reality of it, is, like, this is just too fair. Like, it has a cute, cheeky OTK, but it's legitimately just too fair. Me not having a tamer here is not good. That's extra not good. Now my opponent's gonna have 4 memory, which means that they're gonna have 7. Oh, I guess they won't. Yeah, I have to take the tamer. Unless my opponent gives me a tamer. Yeah, like, the fact that I need my tamers in order to do shit, and then they could just, like, hard play anything and everything, and nothing really costs much of anything until they play a level 6 Digimon is, like, legitimately dumb. Oh. I guess I'm gonna have to use Murasamemon. We need, what, a backup rookie? Oh boy, let's give our opponent way too much memory. Oh, of course they fucking have that. Like, and you could kind of see here why I think, like, this is very clearly the weakest of the top 6 decks. Very clearly. Like, I'm still losing to your average deck that generally the other decks don't lose to. Which goes back into my, like, whole rabbit hole of, like, what I talked about earlier today. Like, it's just, legitimately, this deck is not good enough. Like, legitimately, it is not good enough. I need too many things to go right in order for this deck to actually be threatening. Like, and the fact that I'm struggling against the decks of yesteryear, it should be a bad sign when a lot of the TS decks, like the good few TS decks, probably just won't struggle this hard. So, like, that's kind of where my whole argument was coming from. Was, like, literally, I can't keep up with TS decks, and it's barely keeping up with decks of yesteryear. So, like, why should I feel like I need to invest in something like this? So now my opponent punishes me here, and my hand's, like, not nearly in any good spot to make any kind of, like, recourse. My opponent's deck doesn't even have to be well built in order to be able to, like, out me because they're just fundamentally stronger. Like, this is literally the most threatening thing I have in my security, is just, ooh, look at that. Like, in that's exactly what I was saying was the problem with the game, is, like, literally it's just TS or get the fuck out. And I think, like, that's just incredibly shitty of a position to be in. Ooh, I get to keep it? E-Pulse is okay. So I think we just have to chunk this. I don't think we have any good plays because we don't have any searches. So I could draw here. Or do I just, like, use this? No, I think I just use this. I'm drawing so poorly, it's insane. I love drawing poorly. I hate the fact that, like, these also just, like, eat up my cards. So, luckily I didn't draw... My level 6s aren't under there, otherwise I would probably be screaming more. Cool. Love it. Probably just gonna have to do this. Just to try to search for a level 6. Cool, found one. Finally. Now I could actually play the game. Assuming my opponent just doesn't kill me here. Which I don't think they can, because they don't have their arms. Their divine arms in here. Nothing out of raising. So this is honestly, like, the best position we could be in. Random stray security bombs still kind of just kills us. But at least, like, we have Habakiri. So now we could go, like, Monarch into Habakiri. Or, no, we probably would still use Murasame. So we should be winning this game based on this position. Factorial. Agu, or Boyagu. So I think if everything works out for us, we should win in this position. Not exactly what we wanted to see. So I swing double Evo, use one Evo for free, then Murasamemon, Habakiri, that gets rid of their security, yeah. Oh, but we lose out on Alliance trigger if we do that, so, if we... Do we need the Alliance trigger? I don't think we do. I think we just have enough sources under our shit to do stuff. I guess it really doesn't matter. That's why we trashed our own with Habakiri. Cool. Revenge. Sweet revenge. Like, it's not impossible. It's just very difficult depending on setup. Like, it feels more RNG whether Glowing Dawn is gonna win rather than, like, yeah, this deck is just objectively unfair. It's like, no, I kind of just pay for most things still. Like, and my tamers have to have enough resources underneath them in order for me to, like, not pay for some things. And that's some things. So, I'm going to Leolmon, and then Geckomon, or Leolmon and Armorlizamon. One of those. Oh, well, I mean, I guess this is just free, I guess. Well, I guess it's not really free. They could stun me depending on what their level 6 is. So we need to find our tamer. Not a tamer, but we'll take the 2 cards. What does this card do? It draws me 2 cards. Cool, now we just need to get Tomoro out, and we should be good. I'm like, they're most likely going to respond here. If I get a Tamer out of security, that's going to be pretty huge. I honestly don't care about this body. Because Atratus... Kinda an OTK here? No, he can't. Need one more security. Now my opponent's going to combo and do combo things. They're going to combo to not win the game. Ooh, that's cute. Goodbye, Chaosmon Voldarm. Okay. What are they up to? Everything's already suspended, so it doesn't gain its immunities. Plus, I use options. So it's not like it matters. Is that a Bloom Lord? Yeah. So he could swing, do 2 damage, give me a Tamer, and then I can instantly respond. Oh, so he could do 3 damage here. Okay, good. Instantly take his turn away. So now I go Cougar, then Cougar into Monarch, and then Monarch into Atratus. Do I need to swing into anything? Both of them are going to be removed by effects, so I just need to swing into security. So, remove 1 from his effects, then remove 1 from his effects. Goodbye. Goodbye. A 1 and a 2, and then my opponent loses the game. Because next turn I could do 2 checks, unsuspend. Yeah, doesn't matter. The only thing that kills me is level 6s and whatever's out of security. Yeah, I don't believe in Glowing Dawn. I don't think the support is there. There's not enough memory cheating for this deck to feel like it's actually viable. It just sucks. Maybe, like, some more protections or, like, other things might be able to keep the deck around. I don't know what the future support is going to be exactly between Cherupmon's line and Wolvermon's line. I could keep this, and then all I need to see is a level 6. It's not ideal. I guess they value the memory. Is the memory in all turns? No, it's just a your turn. If I draw a level 6 here, that's going to be huge. Nope. I wanted my Digimon Emperor. Wolverine could be defensive, as Reboot and Blocker inheritables. I don't think we need defense, though. We need more offense. Like, if anything, I just want to see more protections come from the Wolvermon line. And then for it to just push D-Digivolve and offense. Oh, of course, 2 level 6s right underneath. Is this a when attacking? No, it's just on play when Digivolve. Can't believe we have to do this the bad way. Okay, cool. That's good. That's exactly what we needed. What do I even have in my trash? I could throw another Geckomon, or I could do Cougarmon, or even Armorlizamon. I think it is worth it from my trash. Probably Armorlizamon. Cougarmon technically does see me a card. Technically Geckomon does also. But I have everything I need now, so we're just gonna go here. This just makes a harder board to deal with. And then my opponent just kind of loses the game. So I could... I mean, I guess it really doesn't even matter what I do. So this is what, 13? Yeah, I mean, I just swing here. No. Because I have to use this first. Because then I get this inheritable. Yeah. And then I just chunk his security. Oh, I'll probably do one more game and then be done. It's almost time for... I should have eaten a while ago. Alright, one more real game. I guess they were just the Machinamon player. Yeah, you could definitely see like a lot of decks fall off like real hardcore. No real card draw, but I do get the Tomoro set up early. I get some card draws, I guess. That's probably fine, honestly. Oh, are they Takumi Kazuchi? I'm so sorry for them. Like, honestly, if you remove the top decks, like, if you basically you just rewind the clock to nerfed whatchamacallit. Nerfed Hoodie in BT23 format, like, it's honestly not that bad. Do we just take the Murasamemon again? Probably. I mean, my opponent's deck is so bad that, like, we could literally just dirtle and fuck around. It's not like it matters. Like, and that's sad because I really liked Fen. It's just, he fell off real hard. Losing his OTK, like his Takumi Kazuchi OTK, probably was, like, actually a death sentence for the entire deck. It had to regress too much to where it wasn't relevant. Yep. He does have a mem setter. That's pretty unfortunate. But I don't think we're dead here. So we E-Pulse this out, and then we should win next turn. So this can get me a free Evo. This can get me a free Evo. So I just need to see a rookie off of this, and we're good. Look at that. We're good. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I leave something on the field or not at this point, just because I already have something on the field for them to interact with. So this just doesn't matter anymore. And now next turn I win the game. Because I just Habakiri. I Habakiri their ass. Yeah, I don't even know what they can do in this position. I mean, hope that old Fen OTK combo works. Oh, but they're not memory efficient here. That's the problem. Yeah, they're not memory efficient. You needed to at least have this Evo be free. Yeah, there's no way. They're trying to math it, and the math ain't mathin'. Because there's no Evo, like, so this is very clear defects that, like, a lot of modern decks just are shoring up. So it's just like, they can't attack, or they can't Evo mid-attack. They can't attack post-Evo. They can't Digivolve mid-Evo. They can't, Evo then attack. Or I think I already said that. So, like, you could very clearly see, like, just... this is not working. And he had 3 memory. Yeah, and now he just loses the game. Because I have Habakirimon. What is this? All turns when any of your Digimon with SOC are deleted. Okay. Alright, now we win. Oh, I guess we don't. Yeah, I guess I was just off on my memory because of the analogs. Unfortunate. But they don't really have any rush. So I don't think there's anything that they can do. We just need to out their current set of Digimon on the field, and then we're good to go. So now he has to make a DNA play, and they're probably not able to because they're not memory efficient enough. So the best they can do is go into another 5. Love that art. Art's so good. Ooh, that's cute. Yeah, their analog use, we're able to buy them 1 turn, but they're not winning this. And, like, you could very clearly see the power gaps between these decks. Like, and this is only maybe, what, 2 years old? And it borderline can't compete with this? Like, with this? Just because this is just throwing out too much pressure? And, like, I'm not even doing anything egregious, like Digivolving for free or anything most of the time. I'm just, like, legitimately just playing cards and paying for things. And I think, like, that's still one of the things that it almost seems like Bandai just keeps forgetting. It's just like, oh, we're supposed to use the resource system of the game. Whoops. Like, honestly. No clue what they'll do since Gecko Line kind of took D-Digi already. They could still introduce D-Digi. Just because one Monarch has D-Digi, because it is part black, doesn't mean that it can't, like, the rest of it can't. I wouldn't really call what they're doing playing. More like they're just going through the motions. Oh, you could have that. I don't care. Yeah, they're just going through motions. I really don't think what they're doing is playing. Yeah. So far the Digimon Emperors didn't feel bad to run in here. It's just they didn't feel like they were helping the deck at all. So I don't know if I would particularly want to run Digimon Emperor in here. It just barely has enough space for it. Because the keycard we really care about is, like, E-Pulse and this Tomoro. So, like, we do have, like, between the Glowing Dawn option and the additional Tamer, like, the Digimon Emperors could, like, do something. I don't know. I probably still need, like, more, like, hardcore testing with it to see if it actually matters. But, like, right now it just doesn't feel like it does. And, like, that's always been the problem with, like, cards like this. Where it's just like, most of the time, it just doesn't feel like it's impactful enough. Unless, like, it's literally free to play with your deck. And by free to play, I mean, like, already built into what your deck is already trying to do. Because I can't search for these. They'll go to the bottom every single time. And I just have to draw into them. And my deck isn't super big on natural card draw. Like, unless I run Pristimon, but I'm not running Pristimon over, like, the 3 searchers we have, plus the Retriever. So, like, it doesn't necessarily make sense. So, like, as cute as it is, and the deck space we do have for it can work, it just doesn't seem like it's impactful enough. Like, because I have to see it, turn 1 or 2 to actually lock my opponent out of their raising area. Otherwise, like, the game can just progress to a state where this card just doesn't really do or mean anything. So, like, that's the big problem with these types of cards. Because, like, that's, again, and it's just better to want to make your game plan better than make your opponent's game plan worse. Unless, like, again, literally, your deck just natively does it. It's like with fucking TS Slop, just as an example. It's just like, okay, if I really had the availability, like, we have naturally built-in hate cards. Like, these cards just naturally built in slow the opponent down. We don't have to incorporate or, like, force them or shove them into the deck arbitrarily. We just can do it. And that's, like, why AGO and AGOQs and Jupiter is, like, so popular, is because you have a little bit of extra deck space to be able to run something like Diana, to be able to run something like Callus, to be able to run something like Venusmon. So, like, you just are naturally afforded the ability to use those cards versus decks where you just fundamentally can't realistically justify using them. And that's kind of like where Red Hybrids comes into play, where it's just like, okay, Red Hybrids has a couple of slots to play with, similar to Glowing Dawn, where it's just like we could run some hate cards, and the deck isn't bad for running the hate cards, and it has enough natural card draw where it's not, like, the worst thing in the world to run them. But, yeah, like, hate cards are usually for decks that actually have deck space to work with. And considering, like, this deck just has, like, so much free deck space, because, like, it doesn't need any of the level 6s. You could play around with your, like, Tamers or whatnot. You technically don't even need Spirit Evolutions. Like, the core of the package is literally Aldemon and then just these fuckers, and then that's it. So, like, you have the deck space to be able to run hate cards. Or, like, Floodgates or whatever. But in something, like, let's just say Rocks, you don't really have that deck space. Reboot, you barely have that deck space. Technically, you don't. Frost, you don't have that deck space. Zephyga, you don't have that deck space. Even Shine, you don't have that deck space. Like, Ruin Mode is the only thing you have that's built in. And, like, the new Shine stuff is, like, good enough on the aggressive side to where you don't even need the new Burst Mode, which is why people are playing towards Ruin Turbo, is because you don't actually need to win, because your lower end cards just win you the game anyway. Because, like, you just have this plus this. Like, this Marcus is, like, legitimately stupid. I hate this card so much. But yeah, you have these two as a combo that just automatically does 3 damage. 3 damage for free. Because you get a give a Marcus Rush and Alliance, and then make the attack, so that's 2 checks, and then this Marcus at the end of the turn makes another Marcus into another attacker. So you just like need to barely chip at the opponent's security, get into this to swarm the field with Marcuses, and then ideally you just like go into rune mode, lock the opponent out of the game, and then you just you could chip them. You literally can just chip them to death. To be honest, why is Digimon Emperor good? You feel like most people are only promoting from Raising to OTKU. So, the reason why Digimon Emperor is good is because he locks the opponent out of their Raising area. So, if they're trying to promote their Digimon and they don't have the necessary resources, this can just hardcore anti-tempo the opponent out of their playline. So, like, as an example, if you need, like, if you don't have your memory setting tamer in place, or you don't have one, so against, like, Time Stranger decks, they don't really digivolve into their level 4s in their Raising area. They just don't. Because why would they? They get a free evolution. Free is better than paying. So, like, the idea is, like, oh, you move out, you do your free thing, and then Digimon Emperor takes away your memory. So now it limits what you could further do with your turn. Some decks literally just can't really play around Digimon Emperor. Like, if you just constantly figure out ways to choke to 1, then you just will never be able to use your Digimon in your Raising area, which is arguably the most important thing that you could do. Sure, you could just Digivolve, but that's wasting a whole turn. And that's wasting not just 1, but 2 abilities. Because we have to remember, so, like, just as an example, if I was playing Glowing Dawn, and I had Geckomon in my Raising area, and my opponent Digimon Emperors me, then if I don't have enough setup, like, I won't be able to do everything I need to do, and then my opponent can punish me and actually make my play for moving out of Raising area significantly worse. So, I lose out on his when moving ability because I can't move out because of Digimon Emperor, because I might not have enough tamers or whatever set up to be able to play around a Digimon Emperor anti-tempoing the shit out of me. So I lose out on this ability, which means I have to raise a Digimon in my Raising area. So let's just say we're trying to use something like this to get another free evolution. Well, I guess I just lose out on its on-play when Digivolving effect as well. So not only did I lose 1 effect, I potentially lost 2 effects, and that costed me a potential whole turn because I needed to use this type of a card to try to accelerate myself. So that's why Digimon Emperor is still, like, a somewhat relevant card, is because almost all of the let me Alt F4 this. So if we go and look at some Time Stranger decks, like, just as an example, we look at Bears. Bears, they don't play any mem setting tamers. There is no mem setting tamers here, so they have to use Dan and Cannon to gain memory. They have to. So if they have a Bearmon in their Raising area that gives them a free evolution, sure, they can have that free evolution, but if I choke them into 1 and they don't have this specific card on their field, then they are going to be passing turn paying for that evolution, essentially, which then limits what they can do. And then again, if they try to use their Raising area, They lose out on this ability, and they lose out on this ability just to not get anti-tempoed by Digimon Emperor, which costs them potentially a whole turn to do. Sure, they have the Aegiomons, which has a when moving, so it's not as punishing, but they're not running it in a high enough quantity where that's always going to be the possibility. So that's just one example. If we look at something like Venmon, they're always raising these guys. Always. So any kind of form of anti-tempo, even though they do have cards to help play against Digimon Emperor, any additional tempo can still ruin their math, which could be very detrimental overall. You look at, obviously, like Glowing Dawn, I kind of already said you have this type of a card, and then you lose out on some abilities. These two have abilities where they just, like, statically happen. Same thing with Wolvermon. So it's not, like, that bad. But you look at Jupiter, again, no mem setter. So that's huge. They lose out, potentially. They could gain a memory from here, but now they're just net down a memory compared to what they used to be. And, like, if they're trying to be super memory tight, then that could really fuck up their plays. Granted, they have, like, oh, I could just make the attack fucking anyway because, you know, that's just the current gameisms. So, like, Digimon Emperor isn't necessarily, like, that huge of a card, but, like, in certain matchups, it could potentially help. Just because of the anti-tempo factor. So, like, obviously, if Aegiomon didn't have 2 level 5s that can still just make an attack for Digivolving, then you'd be probably okay. Because, but it still limits what you're able to do. So, like, maybe you couldn't go into a Jupitermon when previously you might have been able to, which could actually be pretty huge. Then we look at, the Three Musketeers. Again, no mem setter. And they want to use this ability, but now they can't. And they also want to use this ability, but this becomes harder to use. So what do they lose out on? They lose out on scope, because now if they digivolve scope and raising, they're literally hard losing value. And then they're losing value on Black Gatomon. So, like, sure, you have the all turns ability, but, like, there are those potential opportunities where they can't make their plays super efficient because they could be under Digimon Emperor. And if they don't have something like Asuna set up, then they're just not gaining the memory to be able to do what they need to do. So that's kind of why Digimon Emperor is, like, still somewhat of a good card, is because if decks are constantly moving rookies out of raising, and rookies are getting more and more powerful because they have the when moving text, which means they get an ability, then you get to Digivolve, which means you get another ability. Digimon Emperor taking away 2 potential abilities, plus the anti-tempo, could just be enough. So it's less about the card draw, it's more about just the anti-tempo. Volcanus, just again as another example. You have a when moving, obviously. Then you have start of main to Digivolve for free that now potentially would cost you something. So you could see this repeated pattern where they really just want to use their rookies, and Digivolving into these in the raising area is, like, actively detrimental. I mean, I guess technically Greymon's not, but Greymon's only in here just because Factorial area can bring it back. So, like, you can see why against, like, Time Strangers, who doesn't really play their a mem setter, and if they don't have their tamer set up properly, they could just get locked out of their raising area. But yeah. So that's all I'm probably going to have for today's stream. It really was a long stream, but I really just needed to say shit because I do not think Digimon is in a healthy and sustainable spot. I do not. And that is very concerning for me. and I want to have fun with the game, but the game is actively doing things that are making the game overall less enjoyable for me specifically. Other people, sure, they could have whatever fucking dandy time that they want. But it's progressively becoming harder to enjoy the game when the game just gets more and more powerful and more bullshit just doesn't feel good to play against. So that's kind of like my big overall takeaway. I don't know what I'm playing for Mario. I guess technically because I don't have one of the Time Stranger decks, it just fundamentally doesn't matter. Like, Glowing Dawn is obviously my best deck, but as you've seen in a lot of my other streams, Glowing Dawn still just loses because it has a consistency issue in of itself. Like, not seeing your stuff at the proper time, not having your setup properly, that all just can straight up kill you, that Time Stranger decks just don't really have that big of an issue with. So, I don't know exactly what the future's going to hold for Digimon. Right now, EX12 is looking powerfully boring. Um, for me personally, because I don't think that the decks in there are that great. I could be entirely wrong. But I also just don't have the money to buy or play any of them. So I have to wait for the sim in order to think about playing them. And even then, like, none of them seem particularly interesting to me personally. So that's kind of just where I am. It's a pretty dour state for me, where it's just like I want the game to be better, but Bandai's like actively doing everything they can to not make it better, and then them releasing another game in a state where the game is not good means that players are going to leave, which means we have less players to actually play the game with. So, like, there's a lot of actual realistic fears when it comes to the future of Digimon because of just straight up Bandai's stupidity, I guess. Um, could it have been avoided? Yes. Could Bandai do more to balance their game? Yes. Is Bandai a lying sack of shit that is trying to be incredibly greedy? Yes. But, like, unfortunately, they have the power to hold the IP and game we like hostage. And unfortunately, I don't necessarily think it's going to get that much better. My big dream is at this point to kind of wrap things up and round things out is that more decks are going to be viable than just Time Stranger bullshit and Glowing Dawn. Like, I really hope the meta starts opening up to the new way that Bandai is trying to have us play the game. I understand that this is just the beginning of that new way, but the fact that literally anyone who invested in any deck outside of those, like the 6 top decks, arguably 5 top decks that are all Time Stranger based, the fact that they just power crept the game that hardcore, that quickly, is incredibly concerning, and it should be concerning for anyone. It really should be. So that's kind of the big overall summary of my big crash out is Bandai fucking sucks at design. They barely know how to manage their game, but their game is still sometimes fun and engaging to where you want to try to play it anyway, which is unfortunate. So my big hope is the mobile app is going to be really, really good. And I'm just going to have to put up with whatever bullshit Bandai has until the mobile app comes out. So then maybe I could actually start enjoying Digimon again. More so than a flavor perspective, because I think flavor wise, they're really good at like making cards feel thematic to the lore, which I, as a lore enthusiast for the most part, appreciate a lot. But from like a game design perspective, Digimon is just being broken in half left and right, and the future is incredibly scary where we're just Yu-Gi-Oh 2.0 almost literally. Like, it feels that way already just because the high amounts of like combo play decks can have. But it's not quite there yet because there are some decks that are still paying for some things. And Yeah, it's just incredibly awkward. So I just hope that Bandai decides to clean up their act. I know they're not going to, which is incredibly disappointing. But one can hope and dream that Digimon actually starts getting better of a card game instead of a worse one. So that's going to be all I have. I'm going to probably stream the Mario thing on Wednesday, so stay tuned for that. Probably going to be doing my podcast with Tesoro. Don't know how that's going to go on Wednesday. So feel free to listen on Thursday. Maybe I'll try to force myself to be fake super positive man. Um, but I wanted to just get like as much bullshit out of my system as possible, which is why this stream turned out the way it was. Did I lose subscribers for it or turned off people just because like I'm super critical about the game and I want it to be better, but Bandai's doing everything they can to make it not better? Sure, but nobody else is saying that, and I feel like it is important to say because if nobody acknowledges the issues, then the issues just won't get better. So that's all I really have for today's stream. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching. It really does mean a lot to me. And with that, I hope to see you all in the next one.